Yep. Before the clerk calls a roll, City Attorney Cole has a statement to read from Councilmember Swift.
Yes, I'd like to put into the record that Councilmember Swift is not here this evening. He is recusing himself because of the major item which deals with the Embark application. He asked me to read a statement on his behalf, and I agreed to do that. His statement is that after learning that the proposed site for a cannabis dispensary was near property I co-own, I sought an opinion from the California Fair Political Practices Commission regarding my possible conflict of interest. I have asked that their opinion be read into the record, and the relevant portion of the opinion that he received from the FPPC stated as follows. We can confirm that you have a disqualifying financial interest in the city's decisions regarding the conditional use permit, development agreement, design review for the specific site that is the subject of the application, and any necessary changes to the zoning ordinance in this matter by virtue of your property interest held within 500 feet of the site. And they cite FPPC Regulation 18702.2, subsection A, paragraph 7. And they continue, as a result, you may not make, participate in making, or attempt to use your official position to influence these discussions. Please follow the recusal process laid out in Regulation 18707 for any decisions that may come before the City Council. And that is Councilmember Swift's statement, and it is my belief that he is following the FPPC, and that is why there are 4 of you and not 5 of you tonight.
Thank you, Derek. You do the roll.
Okay. Mayor Gunzelman,
Here.
Vice Mayor Cirque, here. Councilmember Feist,
Here.
Councilmember Reardon,
Here.
and then Councilmember Swift is absent.
Will you all please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'll open the public forum. This is for items not on the agenda. In accordance with state law, however, no action or discussion may take place on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. The City Council may respond to statements made or questions asked, or may ask
Sorry.
This is people joining by Zoom that the music are from, so we can get rid of it as quickly as we can, unless y'all like it. Okay, that takes us to the big item, item 8. Before we open the item, I'm going to ask for disclosures from the council. So please disclose if you've met with the applicant or appellant or learned anything relevant to the discussion that's not part of the public record. I'll go ahead and go first. This spring, Tom and I toured Embark's Woodland store with Josh Lewis to see the back end of the store operations and security, which is not public. Anyone else have anything they need to disclose?
I've received email concerns from the appellant, Teresa Ryan. I have responded not with any opinion, but with objective answers, and the same with Mr. Brian Combs.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I toured the Embark facility up in South Tahoe with Chief Jim over there. And we were taken into the back and they shared information with us that is not necessarily part of the public record.
I did visit the Embark in Sacramento, so it's South Sac.
Okay. Susan?
And I've spoken with Josh on the telephone with regard to the finances and security as regard, also the dosages with their products.
Okay. Derek, did I do that right?
Yes, and I just want to confirm the reason we're doing this is because if there are what we call ex parte contacts, meaning if you're having a contact with something or someone that is not in the record before you, you have to disclose that in the interest of fairness. So with that, I believe what you all have said struck me as appropriate, but I just, with that admonition, that further admonition, is there anything else that you feel you need to disclose? I'm not saying there is, but for the sake of the record, I would err on the side of caution.
I should say I've texted with Josh Lewis, trying to arrange a phone conversation, and I also asked him his role at the UC. He was the president of the association. I was confirming that.
I have had several conversations with Josh, but nothing that isn't in part of the public record.
And just confirm Josh what is your understanding of his position with Embark?
Josh Lewis, I'm not sure what his role is, but he works for Embark. Yeah.
Okay. We're going to start with the staff presentation before we open the public hearing. Tom, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, welcome everybody. So just to remind the council, this is a quasi-judicial meeting, which means you guys are basically in a kind of judging role tonight, interpreting city ordinances as they exist, as opposed to making new policy. You already did your disclosures. Just the flow of the meeting tonight, we're going to go through a staff presentation of all the material. I know there's quite a bit of it.
Tom, I noticed that when you turn away from their mic, you're not coming through. So
Okay.
keep it a little closer
you.
if you can, please.
And then we'll start the public hearing. The applicant will get 10 minutes. There's also an appeal tonight to the Planning Commission decisions. The appellant will get 10 minutes, and then we'll go for public comment. And then at the end of that, the appellant will get 5 minutes at the end, and then the applicant will get 5 minutes, and that will be the end of the public hearing. It'll then turn to the council, and you guys can organize your discussion the way you'd like. I think it's been proposed that there's 5 to 10 minutes of questions, letting everybody get a turn, get a chance to speak, and then you go into like a second round or a third round. And then at the end, we would move on to motions. So the motion tonight is a fairly complicated one. Again, this is coming to you as kind of a package deal. And what I mean by that is it relies on a development agreement that requires ordinance changes, conditions of approval, site plan. These things are not severable. It doesn't really make sense to pass one of them and not the other. So we have this motion before you. It includes finding that it is exempt under CEQA. There are 3 ordinance changes. There's an ordinance to approve the development agreement itself. And then there's 2 ordinances that modify Chapter 10 and Chapter 18 from saying that there will be no cannabis stores to allow for 1 cannabis store, subject to all these other conditions. And then what the Planning Commission had decided, and it was appealed, was the conditional use permit. So you guys will need to reconsider the conditional use permit, the site permit, and the sign permit. And there are CEQA findings for that as well. And our city attorney has asked that when we come to this part of the meeting that you would vote on each of these separately. So each letter, A, B, C, D, and E. So just at a high level, what this project is, it's a cannabis retail store and delivery. It's the adaptive reuse of about 2,600 square feet. 1,300 feet, which would be the retail section. The rest would be storage and back office. There are minor tenant improvements, but it is formerly a bank building. And there's really not a lot of planned improvements to the space. Currently has 17 parking spaces, which is about double what our code would require. As I mentioned in the motion there are these applications, the code amendments, development agreement, conditional use permit, site plan, and sign permit. The development agreement is structured to allow a pretty extensive review at the end of 1 year, which we're referring to as a pilot program. The development agreement does have a term of 5 years, renewable. The location is at 11 Ridge Road. And then just to give you an idea of the timeline, we first announced this publicly very early on in the process before we even had an application back in February. An application was submitted in May. It went to the Planning Commission in July, and then we're here August 17th in front of the council. And then because there's so many materials, the council packet, also one of the attachments was the Planning Commission packet. And I just wanted to point out there was quite a bit of stuff included there. An overview and listing of all the state laws regulating cannabis, which are fairly extensive. There was some background on the applicant Embark, including their business plan and a pro forma financial statement. And there were all the community letters that came in during the Planning Commission meeting. And then some CEQA concerns were raised and kind of our response at that time. And then one other thing that was in that Planning Commission report, which we didn't repeat everything in the council report. Again, we kind of referred to the previous report, was that outside of the community benefit fees that are part of the development agreement, there is underlying sales tax. There would be 2% sales tax to the city. There would be 1.25% sales tax to the county. There'd be a 0.5% sales tax that would go to our fire district. And then the state also charges 6% sales tax, and they charge an additional 15% excise tax for cannabis. And the state uses those funds. 20% of that goes to state highway patrol and local law enforcement. 20% goes to environmental protection, and 60% of those funds go to youth education and prevention. And there's quite a large pool of that money available. I think the only application I saw for Amador County was the Buena Vista Rancheria tribe got $600,000 through that grant. So that's kind of an overview. And now our planner, Erin, is going to go through each of the applications in detail.
Yes, thank you, Tom. Thank you, council. I'm going to go through, like, as Tom said, the applications that we received as part of this process. The first one is going to be the municipal code amendments. The applicant is proposing 2 municipal code amendments to Title 10 and Title 18. Both of those relate to cannabis within the city. So currently there is no retail cannabis allowed within the city. So those amendments would allow for 1 retail cannabis dispensary with a conditional use permit in addition to a development agreement. By having a process with a conditional use permit and a development agreement, it does allow the city to continue to have strict control because the CUP is required by the Planning Commission and the development is reviewed by the Planning Commission and approved by the Planning Commission. And the council is who would review and enter into the development agreement with any applicant. So that helps to protect the public interest by regulating the environment. It also keeps the cap at the one retail store within the city. And we believe that this is in harmony with the general plan because it maintains the internal consistency because retail isn't allowed use within the C2 zoning district, and 11 Ridge Road is located within the C2 zoning district. Part of the amendment to Title 18 is additional findings that would be required for this use. So the additional findings are that a development agreement would provide for appropriate community benefit as considered for the city's execution of the agreement. For example, as part of this development agreement, the applicant is proposing to include the 8% city fee with the 1% community foundation fee that would go towards youth programs, and funding for, additionally funding for police cameras and other community locations if the council approves the development agreement. Another finding is the operator has demonstrated a record of successfully operating storefront retail cannabis dispensaries in at least 3 jurisdictions for a period of at least 3 years preceding the date of its application. Our current applicant has operated and does operate more than 3 cannabis dispensaries statewide. Third is the operator demonstrates it will have adequate capitalization, access to stable workforce, and a business location conducive to sustaining long-term operations. Based on the business information that Embark has provided the city and what we have reviewed and the contacts we've made in doing our own research, we do believe that the council should be able to make that finding. And 4 is the operator, including its principals, shareholders, partners, officers, has not been convicted of found liable or administrative, or if they're administratively ordered to fines or penalties. So just kind of, this finding kind of comes down from the state of what any person who runs a cannabis dispensary must have a clean record to continue to run one. So those are what kind of changes you would see in the municipal code if the city council does adopt the ordinance amendments. Next, I'm going to go over the development agreement. So per the municipal code, a development agreement would be required for a retail cannabis dispensary to open within the city. So these are this is kind of a brief overview of what the city benefits would be from this development agreement. Like I mentioned, the 8% public benefit fee to the city. Right now, the cannabis taxes that Amador County residents are paying are going to other counties because there's no dispensaries within the county. We've heard of people, they're driving to the other dispensaries within the neighboring counties, and that money is going to those counties instead of money that could be coming to our county. The community benefit fee would be 1% into a nonprofit fund that would be controlled by a local board. So that would go into also go into our community law enforcement fund for cameras and fund youth drug and alcohol education programs. Embark promises to hire local people in the community, and they believe they'll be providing 15 to 18 jobs. There will be security access for law enforcement, and there will be a 24/7 hotline available for people to call in case there's any issues at the building. For example, something suspicious or graffiti or things like that. With a development agreement, the city has stronger operational control over it. We have oversight. There's extensive state regulations on the cannabis business, and we've also reviewed their detailed operating, security, and community agreements. Their operating plan, their security plan, and their community agreements, and they would be required to report to us quarterly on kind of how these funds are being used, the meetings, obviously the income that they have. The location also, this is kind of a blighted location, and it has been vacant for years. So this would help to bring some revitalization to that corner, that kind of busy intersection to town, since that building has been vacant, and additional buildings surrounding it have also been vacant for years. They are proposing a 1-year pilot program and a compliance review. So once they get going, we will do a extensive compliance review at the end of the first year. And the initial term of the development agreement is 5 years. If the terms are complied with and they meet the conditions of the agreement, the city has the discretion to grant an additional 5-year extension. And the city has termination rights to the agreement at any time in case Embark fails to comply with either the DA or the conditional use permit or any other associated permits with the project. And I'd like to note that even though it is a 5-year term for the development agreement, the first year is a probationary pilot program or period, and it can be canceled at any time. Additionally, the council must make findings to approve any development agreement. And so consistency, the provisions of the development agreement are consistent with the general plan and any applicable master plan, public financing plan, specific plan, and special purpose plan for the area. So you'll see that expanded on in your packet of why the staff believes that you are able to make that finding, that this is consistent with our city's general plan, and that the proposed development agreement complies with the provisions of the development title. So with an amendment to our municipal code, it will comply with the development title. Additionally, development agreements are used to negotiate community benefits above and beyond what is required in like our general zoning regulations. It's a way for the city to make sure that the project is beneficial to the city in certain situations. The next application that you'll be considering tonight is the conditional use permit. So based on the amendment to the municipal code, a conditional use permit would be required for a retail cannabis dispensary. So some of the highlights of the operational plan, and these are the things that the Planning Commission reviewed, and this is what is typically reviewed when you are reviewing a conditional use permit for an application, is they are planning to be open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. They will employ about 15 to 18 employees, and they anticipate delivery starting in year 3 with an additional employee. And about 6 to 7 employees will be on site per day. There's no appointment necessary. You can walk in during business hours. Like I said, delivery, they anticipate starting in 3 years. And how the delivery was explained to us is that it's a scheduled delivery. It's not like a pizza delivery where you call and then your pizza comes. You would plan your delivery ahead. And so that driver, the 1 to 2 drivers or the 1 to 2 outbound deliveries would go and deliver all of their stops on their delivery route versus the coming and going to the shop. During Planning Commission's review of this, the commission recommended a change in one of the conditions that staff had recommended, which was to allow 1 to do outbound deliveries per day. And Planning Commission recommended that they change the number of deliveries to follow state law and allow changes over time. So that may be maybe in excess of 1 to 2 deliveries a day.
And again, because it was appealed, you guys need to make a decision, I think.
Yeah. Yes. So, I mean, the city council, you have the authority to change any of the proposed conditions of approval that staff is presenting tonight. You could go back to the 1 to 2. You could go with what they were recommending, or you could change them all if you wanted. And the admittance into the dispensary, there is kind of a lobby where someone would walk in, their ID would be verified, and then they would be allowed in. You can't just walk in and out. There is a checkpoint getting into the dispensary. And I think now I am going to pass this over to the chief.
If this is approved tonight, I'm going to go over the Embark safety plan. And in fairness to the business and our safety, I'm not going to go too in depth on this slide. Just, we don't want to give away the security of any business. We don't want to give away the procedures that could endanger staff, that could endanger our citizens or police officers. So this one, I'm going to be pretty generalized in my response to everybody. Prior to creating this, we had a meeting. We went up and we viewed the Embark location in Myers in South Lake Tahoe. So part of this is guided by what we observed there. And just know there's going to be secure areas for the cash. We went through where that's going to be, where the storage of the product is, the enforcement of the former bank So it is probably reinforced more than most buildings, although I can't say that with certainty at this point. There's definitely access control protocols for employees, for customers, and for deliveries. And we talked about those. And it looks as if they're as safe as possible, given the circumstances. The alarm and camera systems that we saw on the exterior and what we saw on the interior they're strong systems. I can only say they're very good systems. And I think they would do their job. During the operating hours, there's going to be a licensed security guard there. Something we're going to talk about during closed hours is the remote monitoring and nightly patrols, a couple nightly patrols by a private security company. We will have access, the police department will have access to view the recordings, and we would have access if we needed to get in there. So we do have remote access through the cameras, and we would be able to, if feasible, coordinate with security staff during any event. And of course, we talked about regular meetings and check-ins about how things would be going if approved. So again, this is just a real kind of surface level overview because we don't want to get too far into the security measures, which could endanger folks. Next slide, please. There are concerns on this, and if anyone read my staff report, you'll know my concerns, and I think the city's concerns are that as much as we can do to mitigate any issues, these types of businesses can attract violent crime. There's evidence that proves that these licensed dispensaries are generally safer than illicit markets. That I believe. But they can be targeted by organized crime. In my next slide, we'll talk about some places where this has happened quite a bit, and there can be violence attached to that. And as the police chief, that's my concern, is what it will bring. It won't happen every day. It may never happen, but that's a possibility, and we have to balance that with the staffing we have. Their tactics have escalated. These are, in many cases, very organized crews that come in. They can be armed. They use vehicles to ram into buildings, and they have engaged in gunfire with security and law enforcement. As I'll mention a little bit down the road, an Oakland police officer was killed in 2025 related to a dispensary. They can be cash intensive operations. Right now, the banking restrictions are in place. That's changing, and there are ATMs that can be used. But just the cash issue is always a concern. A large concern for me is the high value black market product. And that has been a cause for people to break into other dispensaries and steal the product because they can sell it for more on the black market than these businesses might make selling it. And again, these are very well organized crime groups. They're large crime groups. And as I talk about that here with you, I think about the staffing we have, not only in our city, but in our county, and how we would be able to, combat that. Next slide, please. Here's a list. I know they're tough to see, but there are a number of crimes that I've listed up there that they're all organized crimes that work together, conspiracies to come in and either steal the marijuana, attempt to get the money, or both. And they've occurred all up and down. What I have here is mostly Northern California, Sacramento, Berkeley. The Sacramento one resulted in gunfire and people being killed. There was one in Martinez where they went in. It was an armed robbery. Same thing occurred in Tracy. In Oakland, like I said, police officer Tuan Lay was killed investigating a dispensary. And Salinas had a large group. Again, my theme in this is when this happens, again, it's not every day. They can be organized large groups that are difficult for us to deal with up here in the foothills. And the same thing happened in Monterey. So I think a lot about how this can impact our city and the staffing that we have. And that's the decision you'd have to make. So our challenge is our staffing. Just looking at this very basically, we talk about where there are dispensaries, and these are some of the places where Embark has some dispensaries. And you looked at that we have the smallest amount of sworn officers, full-time sworn officers. I have reserves. My status is not full-time. And our population is 2,700. Generally, we have one officer on duty at a time. I'm thankful to council in the past where we've been able to get an additional person. So I do have a swing shift person part of the week, but that's not all the time. So for us, I think we want to make sure we have sufficient staffing if this is going to happen. And if you looked at my staff report that outlines what I think sufficient staffing is, it's not cheap, but I'd rather be honest with you now than have something horrible happen down the road. Next slide, please. Probably the biggest thing I want to say with this slide is these crews, when they do target a dispensary, be it up here in the foothills, down in Sacramento, wherever it is, they're organized and they're mobile. It's not, folks that are staying in their hometown, they're moving all over, at least in Northern California, they're moving. So the fact that we're up here, we are away from everybody else, but it does make us vulnerable. And that's something that you need to be aware of as you make your decision tonight. Any organized crime event for us, and it would come with this kind of case too, requires mutual aid. We are wildly dependent upon and provide mutual aid in this county. And I know I've stood there and talked to council countless times about mutual aid. It's our reality up here. I did a very basic search of the incidents of mutual aid just this last year. We have provided or have been provided mutual aid 700 times. So I'm really bad at math because I'm a cop, but that's about 2 a day. And that's about right. About 2 times a day, we're helping someone else or someone else is helping us. And that's how it gets done in our county. And I think you'd find that number to be similar with the Sheriff's Department, with Jackson PD. Not too sure about Ione. They're outliers out there, but the folks, the departments, municipalities in the county up here, that's about normal. A couple times a day, you're working with someone else. If something happens up here at this dispensary, it's going to require immediate help from somebody else. And our staffing level right now would not be sufficient, in my opinion, to manage that. So my recommendation is that if you approve this, you consider increasing staffing in the police department. And that again is outlined in my staff report.
Thanks, Jim.
Yep.
So, Jim and I have been talking about this quite a bit. Again, I think the main point is we have this one officer and nobody knows for sure if something's going to happen or not. And at the end of the day, that's the concern. Just looking at we have about 10 dispensaries around Sutter Creek, pretty much every direction you head, it's 20 to 30 miles. Looking at those 10 dispensaries, 8 of the 10 have had no major burglaries. 2 of them, there have been 2 incidents, Blue Mountain and at Green and Gold, both had robberies. And again, I think that it depends on, I don't want to overstate it because Jim and I have talked about this too, but Oakland, Berkeley versus kind of the rural environment. No guarantee nothing's going to happen, but the crime rates are lower here, not just in cannabis, but in general. So again, you see that in these stats. All right, so we're going to continue with Aaron.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to go over a partial list of,
You need to.
I'm going to go.
We're
over-
not, 1 second, Aaron. We can't tolerate sidebars or chatter tonight. There's a lot of people that need to be heard. And when the audience speaks, it's very difficult for the council to hear the staff and whoever is speaking. Thank you.
Yes, I'll make sure that I'm speaking loudly into the microphone. I'm going to go over a partial list of proposed conditions. Some of these are kind of basic conditions we apply to most projects, and some are more specific to this type of project, so that First is to meet all conditions of the development agreement, comply with applicable laws and regulations, notify the city of any change to the state license status, no live music or amplified speakers for advertising or entertainment, comply with ADA requirements, which they are proposing some interior tenant improvements to the building that would include ADA requirements. Lighting directed away from the adjoining properties, comply with the 12-month period to implement the project, obtain a business license, odor control, and all odors must be contained to the property, no marketing or advertising targeted to people under the age of 21, and then no more than the number of delivery trips per day as permitted by state law. So like the development agreement and the municipal code amendment, the conditional use permit also has required findings that the city council must make in order to approve a conditional use permit. The proposed use of the property are desirable to the public convenience and welfare. So currently, the residents in the county and in the city are leaving the county to purchase cannabis elsewhere. So this would provide a public convenience for those that wanted to purchase cannabis more locally. That the proposed use will not impair the integrity of the character in which the area in which it is located. So this is a C2 commercial zoning district. It is an existing commercial building or a building that at one time functioned as a commercial business. There are blighted and empty storefronts nearby. So this will bring some revitalization to the that zoning area. Their proposed use would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and general welfare. The permitted use would strictly require a CUP and a development agreement, which would help to protect the public interest by regulating the business and the benefits that the city would receive. There are adequate public utilities and services available for the proposed use. It's an existing building that had a similar type of use there previously. Utilities are already in place. It's off a main road. There's parking, so that finding should be easy to make. And the proposed use of the property are in harmony with the general plan. Again, this is a commercial use, and our general plan is encouraging commercial uses in our commercial land use designations. Also, they will be revitalizing the building with both their tenant improvements, some landscaping out front, things like that. The next entitlement application they have requested is a site plan permit. So any building or changes in the commercial zoning district does require a site plan permit. So like we said, this is at 11 Ridge Road. The building is approximately 2,622 square feet, about a quarter of an acre lot in the C2. They are proposing they have 17 parking spaces and 9 are required by our code. They are adding some landscaping in the front of the building to kind of just clean it up a little. It is surrounded mostly by other commercial buildings. To the north is office, storage, and residential. South is actually county land that's vacant. To the east is C2, which is a multi-tenant commercial building. And then the west also is a multi-tenant commercial area. Like I said, a minor interior and exterior tenant improvements, and the property is located outside of the historic district. So the findings that are required for the planning commission, or in this case, the city council, to approve a site plan permit are as follows. The proposed site development is essential or desirable for the public convenience or welfare. It revitalizes a vacant building in an area, and it also eliminates long drives to other counties and cities by current residents. The proposed site development will not impair the integrity or the character of the area in which it is located. Like I've said, this is an existing retail space and it meets and exceeds all site requirements. The proposed site development will ensure that adequate public utilities and services are provided so that the project would not be detrimental to public health, safety, and general welfare. Existing commercial space that has existing utilities in place. The next permit is their sign permit. So the sign, they are proposing just to upgrade or update the faces of the existing signs that are there and that were there for the bank. When staff did the calculations, those signs actually are exceed what would be allowed, but since they're not expanding them or building new signs, just replacing the face, staff did recommend approval of the sign permit. The applicant is open to whether the council wants the green cross, which is typically associated with cannabis dispensaries. They're open to taking that off if the council does not want that there. Next, I'm going to move into the CEQA findings and the CEQA evaluation for this project. So CEQA, we're asking that the city council find that this project is categorically exempt, and we believe that there's two exemptions that the council can use. The first one is existing facilities. So like we've said, this building functioned as a bank, which has a similar use and similar trips associated with it as a cannabis dispensary. And we have done the CEQA analysis, which was included in the staff report, and we can go over that more. So the existing facilities allows operation within a space that was previously approved with a bank with no physical expansion of the building. So level of service, which is no longer a CEQA requirement, but it shows that dispensary trip rates are about 70 to 250 trips per 1,000 square feet, where banks is about 100 trips per 1,000 square feet. So based on our analysis, we anticipate about 195 new daily trips, which is considered less than significant. If we use VMT, which is what is now required by CEQA, we do believe that this will reduce the vehicle miles traveled because people will not be having to leave the county to visit dispensaries outside of the county. They will now have a local option. So it will shorten the trips. The city did receive a traffic study today that was submitted late this afternoon. So I will say we have not had time to do a deep dive into what was submitted, but we did briefly go over it and have some comments on it. So I think it is important to acknowledge that the information that they provided us may also be correct, but we do feel that there are some issues that they did not bring into consideration when reviewing this. For example, there's no VMT analysis. And like I just said, we believe that this will reduce the number of vehicle miles traveled for people that were leaving the county to purchase cannabis, and now they will not. They also does not include analysis of pass-by trips. So that's when someone is making a stop while running errands. You're going to the grocery store, you're going to the library, you're stopping at a retail business. And so so that was not evaluated in their analysis. Tom, did you want to add anything to this?
Yeah, so again, we just got this today, but there was a lot of discussion about level of service, which again is not, auto delay is not part of CEQA any longer. It also used urban traffic numbers. We're not really in an urban environment. There was a question about the loading zone. The loading zone will not be in the parking lot. It's in the back of the building. And ultimately, they did not conclude that there was a significant environmental effect. The report suggested a corridor access study for the intersection, which is really a planning tool. And if that's something the council wants to do, we could do that. It's not really tied to the project approval. They were citing existing conditions today, and it's a combination of Caltrans, the county, and the city at that intersection. But to me, it's an independent decision. It's really a planning recommendation that we could decide to pursue independently.
The second exemption that the city is recommends applying to this project is the common sense exemption, which says that it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the adaptive reuse of the existing commercial building into a regulated retail storefront will have a significant effect on the physical environment. Like I said, this involves the reuse of a 2,600 square foot building with about 1,300 square feet of retail floor area. And so this staff does not believe that will have a significant effect on the physical environment. And I'm going to turn this over now to our city attorney, who's going to continue reviewing this.
Thank you. Two comments about CEQA. First, it goes back to the city manager's comments and our planner's comments about this new traffic study. So what is your function when it comes to CEQA? What do? You receive evidence. You have an obligation to make, and we're going to talk about this. This will be the first item when we've completed the public comment, when you've completed your deliberations, and it's time to go through the motions. We're going to walk through that, and I will walk you through that. But the first thing we're going to talk about is CEQA. This is the first thing you have to decide. If you decide that there's not enough analysis, even if you might support the project or you might be against the project, then you have to, we'll talk about that, but you have to determine that some further CEQA analysis is required. But also, you get to be the judges. This is, as the city manager indicated, this is a quasi-judicial decision. So you're not wearing black robes. Only one of you has a gavel, but you are acting like judges. You are making a decision. And so what you were presented with, and I'm sure the advocate for the traffic study will present an opinion about what that means, but what your staff is telling you is that there's some deficiencies in that the methodology and that the assumptions being used don't really match up with the task of determining is a CEQA analysis, is an exemption inappropriate here. That's the position of the staff. But ultimately, that's your determination. You will make that decision. You are acting again in a judge-like capacity. So that's point number one about CEQA. The second point I will note is that, and I'm going to get pretty wonky here, and I apologize to council and to the public, but I'm a lawyer. You pay me to do this job, and so I do have to talk about precedent. There is a pretty significant change, maybe not a change, but a clarification in CEQA exemption law, which is a case called Sunflower. And basically, it deals with the Class 1 exemption. And what it says is that when you look at the exemption, you look to whether the use will change only in a negligible fashion. So before the Sunflower decision, there was some debate. Do we look at a site and look at whether it changes from an environmental standpoint, or do we look at the use? So in the Sunflower case, I believe there was one type of public works use, and then it switched to a completely other use. And so the argument that the proponent of the exemption said is, well, look, it's not going to change from an environmental standpoint. And what our Supreme Court said is, well, that's not really the metric. You're looking at the use. And so the question here is, you have a retail use. And what is changing about that? It was a bank, and then it's going to be a cannabis use. And so the question for you as a decision maker and the staff position is that a cannabis use is not functionally different. The building is not going to change. The parking is not going to change. In fact, you've heard that the parking is more than adequate for what is required, that people are going to, come off the street, pull in, go in, get something, come out, and drive away, which is essentially what they do with the bank. But that's your call. That's not ultimately our call. We can present to you, but I did want to get in the weeds a little bit and talk about a change in precedent. And I want to make sure the record reflects that we have advised you on that. You might have read some of the lawyers who were commenting on both sides, I believe, are picking up on that case. And I've reviewed that case. So that's the Class 1 exemption. And the common sense exemption is where I mentioned with the class 1 exemption, we look to the use. Is there a change in the use, the before and the after? The common sense exemption is where we can look more holistically at the change in the environment. Is there going to be something to the environment that will change? And so you kind of have both sides here. You can look at the use and you can apply the facility, what we call existing facilities, class 1 exemption, or you can focus on the common sense exemption. And again, there's the old adage, you put 2 lawyers in a room, you get 3 opinions. There are lawyers here tonight and who will probably tell you otherwise. And I will tell you, I've been doing this for nearly 30 years. This is how these, we haven't had a lot of this. This is how it works. So you need to listen to them. You need to listen to the public, and you need to make sure that you don't make up your mind until you've heard all of the evidence. But since this is a staff presentation, I do want to make sure the council understands that as your city attorney, I am comfortable with the analysis. My professional opinion is that this is an appropriate analysis, that the class 1 exemption is appropriate, that the common sense exemption is appropriate. But I'm not you. I can't make a decision for you. And I want to be very clear. If you disagree after you hear all the evidence, after you hear all the public comments, it is your duty to tell us that you want more CEQA analysis. I want to be very clear about that. And you can disagree with us. You absolutely have that right, and you should exercise that right if after hearing everything, you are of the opinion that our staff recommendation may not be correct. All of us are prepared, if that's what your ultimate decision is, to work with you. So that's CEQA. Now, I want to move along. I don't have, maybe city manager, just hit the. I want to, yes. So now I want to jump into some issues that I've seen. So I'm responding to some of my colleagues here who I assume are in the audience who have written, and I want to present to you some of the issues that I'm seeing from a legal issue standpoint. The first is, are we required to offer other cannabis operators a chance to be considered? There are now, I believe, 3 cannabis operators, one from the Bay Area, one from, I believe, San Joaquin County, and one from Calaveras County, who are basically saying, we want to be considered too. And there's certainly nothing wrong with that. They absolutely, if this is a business area where they want to expand into, I don't begrudge, or none of us should begrudge them for doing so. But the question is, do they have a right? And when I say a right, is there something in the law that says we must give them the opportunity to apply? Certainly, if they wish to submit a complete application and they acquire a site and they can submit a complete application, and they will go through the process, they'll pay the deposits, they'll do the full scale of environmental review, they will work with staff just as Embark has worked. We can always present something to you. We always have that obligation. So it's not a matter of can someone apply, but the question is, do you as a council have an obligation to open this one opportunity up? And the answer is no, you do not. There is nothing in the law that says we must provide a competitive process. We must provide a lottery. We have to do an RFP. We have to engage in some process to whittle down the operator who ultimately gets the right to apply. And I think what I would like to explain is, how did this come about? So we have operators, I believe, in Martinez, Stockton, and San Andreas. They, at least at the start of this process, I'm not aware that any of them had any property in this city. Now, I think once they understood that this application would be going forward, they started to look, and at this point, some of them may actually have some interest, an option, a lease, or what have you. But before this process started, that was not the case. At least that's my understanding. The difference is Embark did acquire a site. They acquired a site, and not only a site, but a site that is, from a standpoint of a cannabis operation, somewhat of a unicorn. It's up on Ridge Road. It is basically a blighted shopping center, commercial area that is in need of some sprucing up. and is in need of some attention. And they took it upon themselves to acquire that and then to basically come before the council previously and ask if they can make a application, which the council said yes, without making any decisions. And they have worked with us. So what distinguishes Embark from these other operators is that Embark actually has property here and they have followed the process and they pursued the process. And that's important because at some point, if this argument is we have to provide everyone a chance, where do we go to? Where do we go to Sacramento? Do we have to go to LA? Do we have to go to the Bay Area? Do we have to go out of state? Where does that stop? And so I think that's an important point. The question is, can we limit what we're doing to one operation? And the answer is yes. And I put on the screen some analysis. There have actually been some constitutional challenges by cannabis operators for this type of question. The argument is that somehow if you only allow one use, that somehow creates a monopoly. It actually does not create a monopoly because the market is not confined to small, tiny Sutter Creek. The market is much bigger. So we're just allowing one operator to locate in one part of a broader market. So there's not actually a monopoly that is being created. But the cases, and I'm not going to walk through each of the cases. I've got the slides. People can see them. These will be part of the record. But what it basically comes down to is we only have to have what's called a rational basis, that our ordinance must satisfy the minimum constitutional obligation to provide a rational basis under the due process clause. And I'm getting super wonky here and I apologize, but a rational basis exists if there is any conceivable basis for the enactment. So as long as we have a reason for only one operation being in this city, we can justify that. Now, there's a different clause of the Constitution called the Equal Protection Clause, and it focuses not on substance, but on treatment. And it says you can't treat two different parties that are identical in all respects differently. But that's the key, is these parties have to be identical in all relevant respects. And so if you have one operator who has a site at 11 Ridge Road, which is, again, this somewhat of a unicorn of a site because it is a site that is in desperate need of reuse, that has been vacant for 5 years, and that basically is a bank building that is suitable for retail. They have that site. They came before us. They acquired that site. And so if anyone were to say, well, you're treating me differently, they would have to show all of the same factors. They'd have to show that they are identical in every respect to Embark. And I don't believe there is any party that can do that. So from a due process standpoint and an equal protection standpoint, there is no issue that I see. And so the question is, can we have one use? The answer is yes. But why? Why do we only have one use at this time? And I want to emphasize at this time. Yes. Okay. So go on to, sorry, I'm jumping forward. So maybe go one more. Sorry, everybody. Is that me? Yes. Okay. So, no, one more. All right. So why one? Why? And the question is there a rational basis for allowing only one dispensary at this time? First of all, you have to look at our size. We are a small city. We have a small population. We have a small geographic area. And also you have to look at the nature of that area. Basically, you have Highway 49 and Ridge Road that kind of are at the sort of the top of the city, and then you go down into the city. And so there's not a lot of places where you could have a cannabis use. This use is actually, it's in the city limits, but it's sort of outside of the city. It's not along Main Street here. It's not on, you don't come down in either of the major entrances, and it's not near any sensitive use. So again, I keep using the term unicorn because it is kind of a unicorn of a property. I also want to emphasize the things that you've heard from your staff and from your chief. We have a limited staff. For those who are not who are new here, when it comes to planning matters, the three of us here are basically it. That's all the city has, is the three of us. If you go to some of these, and I worked for a city of 120,000 population where I was the interim city attorney for a couple of stints, and it has a pretty robust cannabis program. And I was involved while I was an interim there working on that program. It's a lot of work if you have a lot of dispensaries. And so just to set up this competitive program that people talk about, that's a lot of work. But as you heard from the chief, if we have multiple cannabis sites, we now have to make sure that the policing can cover multiple cannabis sites. And you've heard the chief's concerns. But you also know the things that we have as a staff. So, you know, we have worked a lot on this project to bring this to you. It's taken up a lot of our time, but we also have other issues. You all will recall Danco. We have Gold Rush coming before you. We have to work on the short-term rental ordinance and also code enforcement issues. At your last meeting, you actually had to approve a consultant to help staff do some of the code enforcement work. Because again, we have a limited staff, we have a limited policing. So the question is this city really amenable to multiple cannabis uses? That's a policy question. And my view, it's not my question to answer, but I do believe it is rational. It is absolutely rational if you decide that only one use is appropriate because of your staffing, because of your geography, because of your population. And so I do want to be clear. Now, let me also be clear. If ultimately, and we're not going to decide whether we're going to approve these other operators who are, you know, speaking and commenting, you can't approve anything for them tonight. You can't reject anything for them tonight. You may decide down the road that you want multiple uses. That's your prerogative. You may decide you don't. That's also appropriate. And I do want to emphasize, you can decide tonight that you don't want any cannabis. You don't want it at all. That was the decision the council made 10 years ago. And if ultimately, after hearing everything tonight, you fall back to that position, that is also supportable. So I just want to be clear. You're going to hear a lot of perspectives, people telling you, you should have done this, you should have done that. That's fine. You all make that decision. What I'm here to tell you is legally, you can make that decision that we do want one use, or no, we don't want any uses. And down the road, if you decide maybe we do want multiple uses, you can make that decision too, as long as the evidence is there, as long as an appropriate CEQA review is done, and as long as there's a foundation. So I just wanted to kind of give a lot of attention because I know you'll hear this tonight. I wanted you to hear it from me first. There's a lot of analysis that has gone into that. Now I want to jump into Proposition 26. This is another one that you've heard. This is the idea that we are, by proposing fees on this applicant, we're somehow violating Proposition 26. What is Proposition 26? All of us have heard of Proposition 13. This is the groundbreaking landmark property tax initiative that goes all the way back to the late 70s. And it basically said, we're going to cap your property taxes. So what happened in the 80s and in the 90s, cities and counties started saying, well, we're going to go to all these other charges, assessments, fees, because we're just going to call these taxes we used to call taxes something else. And then so we got Proposition 218, which this council knows very well from our franchise fees that we charge for solid waste hauling. We go through a Prop 218 process. We actually had litigation many years ago. So this council is very well aware of Proposition 218. So that changes the landscape. And now we have Proposition 26, which is our latest initiative in the taxation field. And what it basically says is everything's a tax. Any way a local government can charge money to anybody for any purpose is a tax. And if any taxes have to have popular approval, you have to go out to a vote, either as a general tax where you get a 50% margin or a special tax where you get a 2/3 margin. But there are exceptions, and there actually are 7 exceptions. And I know I told you I'm being super wonky I'm going to try not to be wonky, but there is an exception for development fees, for charges to developers. And the key, the big piece here is that there's no restriction on the cost of those fees having to meet the city's expenses. There are several exceptions under Prop 26 that say you can charge, you don't have to go get voter approval, but you cannot charge any more than it costs you as a city to provide the service. That is not in the exception for development fees. And so so basically we can charge as much as we can negotiate under this exception. I note that it's the county, surprisingly, that is the party that is taking this on. I can't speak for this particular county because I don't know its practices, but I know a lot of counties have development agreements. And I'm quite confident that those counties would not take this position that our current county is taking, because they see that the development impact fees that they charge, not just impact fees, but the community benefit fees that they charge to the developers, that's important to them. So it is a little unusual to see another agency taking this position, but it is what it is. Also, I think there's a standing issue, and I put that on my screen. I don't think unless a party actually can suffer economic harm, they can actually, there's a case called Zolly, Z-O-L-L-Y. I don't believe unless you actually pay the tax or you have some impact financially from the charges, that's the only way you could have standing. So I don't actually think the county would have standing here or anybody else who might assert this. At the end of the day, it's not an issue for you to decide. That would be an issue for a judge to decide. But the bottom line is I am very confident that Proposition 26 is not an issue. So I'm sorry I've gone on a little bit of a filibuster here, a lot longer than I usually speak to you, but I know that there's a lot of issues that we need to go through. So I will be happy to answer any questions and revisit these issues later tonight.
That's the end of the staff report. Just coming back to the motion for tonight for you guys to consider, and then we will move on to the applicant and open the public hearing. That's what you'd like to do, Mayor.
The applicant is in part of the public hearing, right?
Yes.
I don't really want to open the public hearing and then have a recess. I think it would be better to have a fast one and do the public hearing all at once. So by fast, do you guys agree? I mean, public hearing will likely go on for a while. So let's take 5 minutes, please. Andre, you ready? Okay, we're back in session, please. Next will be the public hearing. First, the applicant will have 10 minutes to present, followed by the appellant who will have 10 minutes. Then the public will have the opportunity to address the council. How many of you would like to speak? Can you please indicate with a show of hands?
Keep your hands up so we can get a count, yeah?
Can you help me count? So given the number of speakers, we're going to limit public comments to 3 minutes per speaker. Alejandro, you got that? The clerk will ring a bell, ding this little bell at 2 minutes, so you have a warning and can wrap up your comments.
What's the bell sound like?
And then she'll let you know about 15, 30 seconds. Is that right? Before your time is up. If somebody's already made the point you want to make, you're welcome to come and just simply state that you agree with the speaker, and then you'll still be on the record. You can say if you're support or against the proposal, if you'd like to be recorded on the record. That way we can avoid unnecessarily repeating what's been said in the interest of time. The 5 of us have been looking at this for 8 months, and we haven't really had an opportunity to say anything. So I, for one, am anxious to get to that part after we hear from all of you. Please refrain from applause or booing. Those reactions can make others feel uncomfortable about expressing a different opinion, and it's important that everyone feels welcome to speak to the council. Again, there will be no sidebars tolerated or chatter when someone's speaking. It's disruptive to the process and it actually interferes with us hearing. You'll be warned once and then you'll be asked to leave. After the public comments, the appellant has 5 minutes to respond, followed by the applicant response. And then we'll close the public hearing and the decision will go back to the council. Are you guys all set?
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. And first, the applicant has 10 minutes.
Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to present before you tonight. My name is Josh Lewis. I'm a Sutter Creek kid, born here, raised here, Amador High class of 2018. I'm joined by Embark's co-founders, husband and wife team, Dustin Moore and Lauren Carpenter. After being raised locally, I left to attend Berkeley, knowing that wherever my road took me from there, my goal would include finding ways to come back and join the effort to uplift Amador County and Sutter Creek. So allow me to be direct about why I'm standing here tonight. A cannabis dispensary in this community is the right policy choice for Sutter Creek, and I believe strongly that my colleagues and Embark are the right operator to deliver on that mission. First, the market is already here. Today, every dollar of it leaves driven north, south, east, and west, and every one of those dollars helps strengthen other communities while Sutter Creek loses out. We propose to maintain that investment here at home with millions invested into Sutter Creek, including the projects that we know matter deeply here. And second, no one has a more sincere passion for preventing youth drug use than I do. I grew up watching an illicit market sell to my friends behind the gym at Amador and in the back roads between here and Amador City. I've lost friends to drug use from the illicit market. A licensed cannabis store is not that, a fact that has been demonstrated in communities across California and the country. And those communities have already made the decision that's before you tonight, that licensing a regulated business is one component of reducing the stronghold of the illicit cannabis market. In short, I'm here because I love this town and have my whole life, and I'm asking you to let us help build something here that makes it stronger and, yes, safer for our kids and better resourced to tackle the kinds of challenges communities like ours face. And while it breaks my heart that this conversation about a project that will be fundamentally good for the community has devolved into mudslinging and convoluted legal inaccuracies, the record backs up everything we've said throughout. I'm proud of our track record in other communities and of the direct investment we make into the communities we serve, and I'm proud to be proposing to bring that same approach to my hometown. Next slide, please. We've reviewed every objection with our council, and the record backs each. On CEQA, this is the same story for storefront with another retail use and no expansion. Your staff have rigorously analyzed this project, and their analysis is lawful and correct. On traffic, the city's methodology is without errors. On the fee, negotiated consideration in a development agreement is explicitly excluded from the Mitigation Fee Act. This is a voluntary bargained for commitment, and Chief O'Connell's analysis actually serves to support the implementation of the fee. On the license cap, cities have full discretion to set the number of retail licenses under any policy they choose. Licensing just one is a legal, tested choice made in communities like Sutter Creek all over California. The record shows more than 7 months of a documented public process, one in which the city considered a project and an operator. 11th hour confusion bombs and attempted character assassinations have no basis in fact or the law, and they don't change everything we've been proposing from the beginning, which is a legal project subject to significant scrutiny and held to clear standards. Next slide. The Planning Commission received our full introduction, so I'll keep this brief. Embark is a family business. Lauren and Dustin founded around their kitchen table in 2019. We've seen a lot of success, now operating 19 stores across the state, but we've never come close to losing our family business identity. We marry Lauren and Dustin's experience and vision with industry-leading expertise in safety and retail operations, including through our head of retail, who previously served as the CEO of The Gap. Tonight, I want to focus on a deeper look at our operations, the team behind them, and the Sutter Creek specific plan we've built after months engaging in this process. Next slide, please. Cannabis retail might be new to Sutter Creek, but it isn't new to California. Over the past decade of legal access, operators have developed best practices, all of which are central to our operations. Everything you see here is standard practice at Embark stores every day. A security plan written by a law enforcement expert, strict age verification, metric integrated inventory tracking, odor control, noise attenuation, local hiring, union contracts, and so much more. This is not an aspirational list. It is the tested reality across our 19 storefronts today. Next slide, please. Because of time, I'll offer just the headline on what sets us apart. Just more than 450 pages of standard operating procedures, compliant software that audits us before any regulator has to, and stores that generate more revenue per square foot than the nation's leading retailers. That last point matters to you because revenue is the engine behind every dollar of municipal funding and community investment in this proposal. Next slide, please. One thing the commission didn't see is our full leadership team, and I think it's worth 30 seconds of your evening. Lauren, our co-founder, has worked in California cannabis since 2018 when legalization was implemented. She brings this nearly decade of experience plus significant work for Fortune 500 companies to this endeavor. Dustin, our other co-founder, ran the Proposition 64 campaign that legalized cannabis in California. Kevin Schmidt, our head of regulatory affairs, was policy director to then Lieutenant Governor Gavin Newsom and led the Blue Ribbon Commission on Cannabis. And Jeff Kerwin, our chief operating officer, spent 4 decades in retail, including as CEO of The Gap. The people who helped write California's cannabis rules are the same people running these stores. That depth is rare in this industry, and Sutter Creek will get the benefit of it all. Next slide, please. Here's what I'm most excited to share tonight because it's grown meaningfully since July, which is our Sutter Creek Community Advisory Board that's now taking shape, and its founding members are on the screen. Briefly to introduce them, Susan Ross, a former educator and ACUSD board member, Ty Pulskamp of Small Change for Big, Frank Cunha with the Knights Foundry and Sutter Creek Community Benefit Foundation, and Andrew Gardner with Amador College Connect, and more to come. These local leaders, not Embark, will direct our 1% community investment fund, which we commit in perpetuity. Alongside it, paid volunteerism for every employee and a third-party accredited youth drug prevention program delivered through partners, a direct response to the concern we've heard most often in this community and every community when discussing legal cannabis. Next slide, please. The single number that matters most on this slide is this. We project approximately $14 million invested in Sutter Creek over the first 5 years of business through the 8% fee, the 1% community investment fund, employee wages and benefits, and volunteerism. We operate this same model in every single community where we do business.
Can you please stop, Brian?
And to date, our 1% commitment has delivered roughly $3.5 million in direct community investments across California. These are real dollars supporting meaningful programs, causes, and community priorities, and what I am most proud of in bringing this project to my hometown. Next slide, please. On the site, the Planning Commission examined 11 Ridge Road in depth and concluded unanimously that it satisfied every municipal and state siting requirement. It anchors the Sutter Hill Business Corridor, it's appropriately situated relative to sensitive uses, and its visibility and access make it easier to secure. Next slide, please. As your staff covered, our plan for the building requires no new construction. The exterior work is a light touch, fresh paint, new signs, planter boxes, window frosting, and removal of the external ATM, which has actually already been removed. And while the significant security investments happen out of sight, the building will look better the day we open than it does today, and it will be dramatically more secure. Next slide, please. Our security program has been reviewed by city staff and by Chief O'Connell. Rather than walk every icon, I'll give you the philosophy. Layers and prevention by design, physical hardening, 24-hour security mechanisms, cache minimization, and real-time shared camera access with the police department. We are a proven partner to law enforcement everywhere we operate, and we intend to be exactly that here. Council members, the question before you tonight is not whether this project has been vetted. It has been exhaustively, publicly, and unanimously to date by the Planning Commission. The question is whether Sutter Creek will capture the benefits of a market that already exists here. The revenue, the jobs, the community investment, and the displacement of an illicit market that checks no IDs and tests no products. We built this company in small Northern California communities because we love them. In a town like Sutter Creek, our reputation will be earned in person every single day, and we do welcome that. Our contact information is on the screen. Oh, it should be. Next slide, please. Our contact information is now on the screen. We are accessible to this council and to residents before we open and every day after. And that is a real, true commitment. We respectfully request your approval of the package before you tonight, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, the appellant, Teresa Ryan, has 10 minutes.
You cannot approve this project without a further CEQA analysis. And trying to use the development agreement what strains credulity to call it such, is just a naked end run around Proposition 218, which mandates you, as a government body that represents the people, to submit taxes to the voters. I'm going to talk about those two issues and specifically why the exemptions that are cited by the city attorney do not apply, and those that are also cited by Embark in its letter. And then I'm also going to talk to you about why the exception applies here, so that even were the exemptions to be valid, the exception still throws it out. And then we're going to talk briefly about Prop 218 and your obligation as elected officials to submit a tax to the voters before you impose it upon them. And then I will address just a few of the comments that were made here today. My name is Stacy Tyler, and I represent the Sutter Creek residents who are against the marijuana dispensary. First, this is not exempt under the existing facilities exemption, okay? The phrase, I'm going to quote from the Sunflower case, and I'm going to quote that to you today because your own city attorney, who I'm sorry to say came across today as a cheerleader for Embark, having told us, quote, we worked a lot on this, having said, quote, it's a unicorn of a building, an amazing project that these folks are bringing forward. That does not sound to me like an impartial analysis, but that aside, let's focus on the case he raised, which was the Sunflower case, and he was absolutely right to bring that to your attention. Because the Sunflower case is a brand new California Supreme Court case that said that existing facilities exemption, okay, it only applies if there is negligible or no expansion of the existing or former use. And the court said, quote, that refers to the change in nature or degree of a structure or facilities use. It is simply preposterous, and I think it offends the sensibilities of every person in this room here to say that a bank is the same as a psychoactive drug seller. That is just categorically different, and to pretend that it's not is dishonest. And I challenge the person who can come up here and tell me, no, they're just the same. They are fundamentally, categorically different. You go into a bank to put your life savings in there, your family savings. You go into a psychoactive drug facility to get something that is going to alter your perception, alter your brain. They're not the same. And so under the California Supreme Court law, you do not have an existing facilities exemption. It simply does not apply here. The other reason why it doesn't apply is the traffic engineer's report. Now, the staff minimized this report. And by the way, I want the public to know this isn't something that was just thrown at them. They have no idea.
Stacy, you need to speak into the microphone so the
Yes,
people
ma'am.
online can hear. And
It's
it's in the
7
record.
pages, quite short, and it was given to them with plenty of time. I know because I read it in that time. And it's not just a few. So I think the city staff said there are a few problems with this report. But I'll tell you, this is the only report so far that has been produced by a certified traffic engineer who has no stake in the outcome here, is a third-party independent source. And this person says a traffic study absolutely needs to be done. There are significant safety issues with this location. Significant. Not just one, not just two, not just 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are a ton of them. And you all have this, so you know that a traffic report study at bare minimum needs to be done. This is an impact right here, and that is in the record. Now, to the extent that someone might say, as your staff did, well, we don't need a traffic impact report because it's only going to be 190 trips. Well, that's convenient because guess what, folks? What's the threshold for requiring a traffic study by the Amador County Traffic Commission? 200. So that's pretty convenient. Say, oh, it's just 195, we're just under. But guess what? Their methodology is wrong. And the traffic report analysis itself says that is totally wrong. It's going to be an increase by approximately 130% in traffic at that intersection. The traffic report also specifically points out that the left turn lane going down Sutter Hill Road from there is already a major safety problem. It will be further impacted now by this particular intersection. Now it's going to be backing up through traffic. You're going to get more accidents. At a bare minimum, you need a traffic report, and that is coming from a third-party independent review. You have it before you. Please do not disregard it or say that it's got some problems, so we're just going to pretend like it doesn't exist. Now, the other thing we're talking about is this common sense exception. This one is the laughable one here, okay? The common sense exception in CEQA law only applies, okay, when there is, you can say with certainty, folks, right, that the activity in question, that there is no possibility that the activity in question may have a significant effect on the environment, okay? I don't even know how anyone can articulate that here and say common sense exception applies with a straight face. When you are going to hear from so many people here today, when you have received so many studies that tell you about the serious, egregious health effects on people, and you're going to hear from people whose lives have been personally affected by it, but you've also received a number of studies to that effect. And I'm going to read to you about a little bit about that in a second here. Okay, but let's just say that either of these two exemptions that on the face of them don't apply. Let's say they did. There's still an exception. And let's say you get into exemption world, so you fit into one of those exemptions, okay? But if an exception applies, then even if you're in exemption land, you're still out of luck. You got to do the CEQA analysis, okay? And that is, a categorical exemption shall not be used for an activity where there is a reasonable possibility that the activity will have a significant effect on the environment due to unusual circumstances. Well, that's precisely what you have here. There are no cannabis dispensaries, as we call them, or psychoactive narcotic drug dispensaries in the city of Sutter Creek. So that itself would be an unusual circumstance, right? I mean, would we all agree that the first of something is unusual? I think that just meets the common sense definition. So right there, you have a first, right? You have an unusual circumstance. But what you're going to hear about from a lot of these people here today, they're going to tell you about the unusual circumstances of what the product is that this place intends to sell. It's not a bank that's going to hand you your cash or your debit card. It's a psychoactive drug dispensary that's going to send you controlled substances. Okay? And there are significant effects that come with the result of that, and they are almost entirely deleterious. Now, turning briefly to the issue of Proposition 218, matters have to be submitted to the voters. If it's a tax, it has to go to the voters. And they've characterized it as a development agreement. Why do you think they're doing that? Because a development agreement's an exception. But what is a development agreement? In every single case I've ever seen, and I challenge the city attorney or anyone else to show otherwise, he said, counties all over the state, a lot of counties have development agreements, quote, that's from your city attorney. That may very well be the case, but every single one I've ever seen is called a development agreement because it is specifically tied to a benefit, to a facility that is related to the development. For example, a public park, improved roads, a water fountain, street repair. Not 8% off the top. Let's just take 8% off the top, and that's not a development agreement. And again, I think it insults the voters' intelligence to tell them that, right? We heard that expression, don't you know what on my leg and tell me it's raining. No, tell me it's a development agreement when you're not tying it to any kind of facility. What you're doing is you're saying 8% off the top. That is a profit sharing agreement. And a profit sharing agreement is not an exception. And a profit sharing agreement goes to the voters, and you have to submit it to the voters. It also independently, as set forth in Mr. Spitzer's letter, is a violation of the government code because it doesn't meet the requirements of a development agreement. So there's two reasons why that thing is totally defective. Now, I just want to read briefly into the record something here. Embark argues that its security measures mitigate against the harms to adolescents. Embark is wrong. This fallacy has been put to rest by a study released just a few months ago by the American Journal of Preventive Medicine. The study found that rates of THC positivity, quote, increased significantly from pre to post commercialization periods, and that adolescents aged 12 to 17 had the largest increase in THC positivity from 5% to 17.3%, a 346% increase. The study also found the adolescent group had a significant increase in cannabis-related disorders from 3.2% of the adolescent population to 12.1%, a near 400% increase. In other words, when you put a dispensary in a region and you increase the convenience of commercial access to marijuana, you increase the use among adolescents. It skyrockets. So how do adolescents get their vapes and other THC? If you ask any kid who uses, they'll tell you they get it through what are called plugs. Older relatives, friends, locals on social media who are willing to make
Your
a few
time is
extra
up.
bucks. May I please have a moment to finish my comments? I can wrap it up. May I have the courtesy of 30 seconds to complete my remarks?
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Thank you, ma'am. Ultimately consistent with the analysis of the American Journal of Preventive Medicine study, kids use THC products far greater when it's commercially available to them. Think about it with potato chips. How many of you have tried to quit potato chips, quit ice cream, quit anything else? And what do? Don't bring it in the house. Because we all know that the more convenient it is, the easier the access is, the more likely you're going to use it. If you bring it in here, kids are going to use it. It is totally phony to pretend otherwise. Thank you.
Okay, we can hear from members of the public now. Best idea might be to queue like 2-3 people up at a time so everyone's not tripping over each other. Again, the time limit is 3 minutes. That bell will ding at 2 minutes. And please state your name and where you live. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Is this working?
It is.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Gotcha. Jason Molinelli from Jackson Legal Corporation. I sent a letter today. I feel like this is my home. Grew up here as well. Spent the last 20 years or so working for Aces Waste Services as general counsel. Worked closely with this city along the way. A number of occasions, rate increases, contract negotiations, and I think I would venture to say that I even contributed to the defense of the city through indemnification on that 218 case. I'm just here to the current application or current package in front of you. I saw some defects. I'm really here just to offer my experience. Been working in the cannabis regulatory industry also for about the last 10 years up and down the state. One thing I noticed is there's no regulatory code attached to the proposed ordinances. I think it's unprecedented that there's no backing regulatory code throughout the state. All the regulations are contained in the development agreement. While development agreements are widely used in cannabis, every other jurisdiction has a regulatory code attached to it, underlying it, supporting it. Here, where they're attached simply in the development agreement, the city will be left with breach of contract resolution, which takes years, and there's no real clear defense. It creates a considerable risk, and again, it will be unprecedented to adopt a new program without a regulatory code attached to it. I propose some ordinances, some alternatives that do include a regulatory code, very stout, very comprehensive, and yet fair. It also includes a competitive bidding process. And I would say to this council that it's just the only way to get the best applicant and really the safest applicant would be through the competitive bidding process. There's absolutely nothing to lose, nothing to lose. And in fact, it will cure any potential litigation risk. I will speak to Council Cole's earlier comments on equal protection. And while I think normally that's the case when someone loses a bid, this situation is a little different where the program is a 1 license cap being presented along with the new ordinance that allows it. It creates a government conferred exclusive right. And that then opens up the city to
30 seconds
class of 1
remaining.
equal protection clause. Was that?
Just 30 seconds.
Sorry, equal protection clause under case law that was in one of my memorandums. Generally, the challenge is I lost unfairly, but here it's no one could have competed. A far simpler story to present to a judge, and where another potential applicant does hold a property interest, it's extremely risky.
And so the codes I put forward simply offer an alternative, less risk, and really the upside is finding the safest, not only the best, but the safest operator here.
Your time
I
is up.
point to one section.
Just got to be louder.
Your time is up.
Oh, okay. I felt like I was interrupted there for a second. Someone got me off track talking. I would just say that, finish by saying that the regulatory code I propose prohibits anyone under 21. And the city can do that. They haven't proposed that. The
Jason,
city
that's
should
it.
consider-
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Loud bell and loud.
Hello. My name is Tom Calmes. I'm a local here. I've been here since 2003. My first job was over at Jeff Holman, was changing oil there for multiple years, checking brakes, doing safety things. I have two kids that grew up here. My daughter was born at the Jackson Hospital. She works at a local grocery store. My son has been training at an MMA gym that's literally down the corner for over 10 years. My company is a true small business, mom and pop local business, family business. I literally have probably a dozen family members that work for me. I currently employ 80 people full-time, I'm sorry, 60 people full-time, 80 people or 20 part-time, 80 people all year round. My payroll is over $75,000 a week. I'm in Calaveras and Sonora. San Andres has 2 dispensaries. It's a town of 2,800 people, 100 more than here. They've been coexisting for over 13 years. Sonora, small town too, 3,500 people, 2 dispensaries, been coexisting for years. There hasn't been any problems there. The last meeting, and I mean, obviously, you guys are considering this for money. I've mentioned multiple times, I'm willing to pay more than Embark has offered. Last meeting, they referenced our business to McDonald's and Burger King. I mean, I think McDonald's is probably correct for them, the biggest one, fastest growing, investors, franchisees, but not for me. I mean, I have no franchisees, I have no investors. I'm more like Havana's, a true small business with a few locations. Anyhow, that with their numbers equates out to $60,000, 20, 40, 60. As I've told you guys, I've been willing to offer 3 times more of that, 80, 100, 120, 140, 160, 180. This is because I care about my community. I want to give back to the community that has supported me as I support them. This is more money we can give to the schools. We can give it to the historic district. It could stay in Sutter Creek. I'm a proven operator, been operating for 16 years, longer than Embark. Locally, I've never had any incidences with any problems as far as, regulatory things or getting any sort of trouble. So I feel that I'm more
30
well
30
qualified.
seconds remaining.
I also have 2 properties. I have a building with a lease on it, and I have a property with a purchase agreement on it. So I am invested, and I'm ready to move forward with my application that was denied when I tried to enter one before. There's the money. We see it. I've only put my money where my mouth is. I have been in this community for some time. I'm a solely small business focused, motherlode community. I have no interest in ever leaving the motherlode. That's my home, and that's where I put my money and will continue to put my money and my business's money and everything else.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jared Critchfield, and I am the superintendent of the Amador County Unified School District. Earlier today, you were provided with a formal letter and school board resolution in opposition to the proposed cannabis dispensary in Sutter Creek. I could reference numerous facts and data regarding teen cannabis use and the role accessibility plays, but I think the best way I can illustrate our concern is through an experience. Prior to my time at the district office, I was the principal of Amador High School right here in Sutter Creek. It was commonplace that in any given week, we would catch students possessing, using, or selling drugs on campus. Most often, we had no way of knowing where those drugs originally came from. They were packaged in generic Ziploc bags, wadded up in a paper towel, or in some other teenage concoction. But there were times when a student would tell us they got their drugs from Jimmy. We would hear about Jimmy this or Jimmy that over the course of months, and it became very apparent that Jimmy was simply a code word for a supplier. And herein lies the problem. Embark can follow every regulation for security and beyond. They could lock down their facility like Fort Knox, but what they can never account for is what an irresponsible adult will do with those products once they are purchased and leave the facility. I would consider it extremely unlikely that one of my students would be able to walk into this dispensary and purchase cannabis directly. That is not my concern. My concern is, how does Embark know they aren't selling to another Jimmy out there who then turns around and sells or provides that product to our kids? Teenagers operate in a secondary market, and secondary markets benefit when a product becomes more readily available in the community. Every safeguard, regulation, and security measure inside that building cannot control what happens to the product once it leaves. There will always be Jimmies out there willing to provide drugs to our kids. I cannot sit idly by on this issue, as I've seen too many young people's lives negatively impacted by drugs before they've even had a chance to get started. I understand that this proposal provides an opportunity for additional revenue for the city. I have worked with Mr. Du Bois on numerous occasions, and I have found him to be a good city manager and a quality person. My comments tonight are not about him, city staff, or Embark. They are solely about the issue before you. As superintendent, my responsibility is to advocate for the students of this community. Our school board has asked me to do that tonight. Please protect our kids. Please maintain the city's current prohibition on retail cannabis sales, and do not approve this development agreement along with the corresponding ordinances and permits. Thank you.
Mayor Gunzelman and members of the council, good evening and thank you for the opportunity to be heard. My name is Zach Trevon, and I'm representing Tom Calmes tonight. Over the last 10 years, I've been representing cannabis businesses in their land use, legal, and regulatory affairs. Tom is a longtime Sierra Foothills cannabis operator with a well-established record of success, with 4 licensed stores in San Andreas, Sonora, and Arnold, who's prepared to bring a serious compliant retail proposal at an identified commercial location within the city, just as the one being considered for Embark this evening. And I think you saw his passion and his commitment just a few minutes ago. We're not asking the city to reject Embark tonight. We're asking the city not to permanently choose a single private winner with a due diligence process that is lacking an incomplete CEQA analysis and stated affirmative findings that are contradictory with respect to the best interests of the city and its residents, insofar as you are handing an exclusive right to operate to a single operator before other qualified local operators have a fair chance to be considered and propose additional community benefits. First, in the interest of the city protecting its record and avoiding future legal challenge, the Planning Commission packet describes this as one complete interconnected project, a zoning amendment, development agreement, CUP, and site approvals. But the CEQA exemption is largely explained by the fact that 11 Ridge Road was once a bank. The potential impact of traffic volume and resulting potential environmental impacts from a region-wide operation deserve a closer look. Staff's analysis assumes this is locally serving retail, yet Embark's own materials say their Highway 49 location will serve a broad geographic area, Amador County and surrounding foothill communities. State guidance that the city's analysis relies upon actually distinguishes local retail from regional retail. Your analysis should properly examine the net effect of vehicle miles traveled, taking into consideration inbound and outbound traffic from a broader 30-mile radius that currently has no other cannabis retailers. The council should thoughtfully consider before making a final decision. A last-minute traffic study presented for you may not suffice to withstand potential legal challenge. The bank versus cannabis retail analysis fails to take into consideration that bank operations have not occurred for years, along with the fact that there are 2 other banks in Sutter Creek and no less than 5 in Jackson. There's also a simple fairness and public benefits question. If Sutter Creek decides cannabis retail is appropriate, why lock the city into one operator without an opportunity for others to bring additional community benefits, including additional resources for law enforcement or staffing? Tonight, we respectfully request the following: continue the ordinance development agreement and related approvals pending further thoughtful analysis, obtain an independent whole project CEQA and vehicle miles traveled review,
30
and
seconds
allow
remaining.
an opportunity that gives qualified operators, including Mr. Calmes, a chance to apply and be evaluated on equal terms. You've got an opportunity to multiply the community benefits proposed by Embark by bringing in an operator who knows the local market, has a track record of proven success. In fact, Tom's existing operations currently serve hundreds of customers here in Sutter Creek, which is a business that could be captured within the purview of a local operation and local community benefit structure. A strong market will bode well not only
Your
for the
time's up.
customers, but also for the city itself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Robert Allen. I'm a resident of Sutter Creek. I'm here to urge you to vote yes on this. And also I'm here to say, because you're going to hear about how bad cannabis is, cannabis created a real miracle in my life. My mother was 64 years old. She was a stroke victim, been in bed for 6 years. She was dying. We were wetting her lips with little things. We started our cannabis suppositories. She lived another year and a half before she stroked out. She ate, gained weight. My father was a Parkinson's victim. He didn't do it, even though he saw what it did for my mother, cannabis, and because he didn't want people saying I was drugging him to getting control of his assets. Anyhow, when he hit the hospital bed, we started him on cannabis suppositories, and he lived another 10 years and died in his own home. So we hear these people always say, oh, if I had one more moment. Well, cannabis gave me that moment over and over and over. So I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Just wanted to quickly piggyback on Ms. Tyler and the superintendent who mentioned the Jimmy issue.
Can you state your name, please?
Yeah, it's I'm General Services Director Glenn Spitzer for the county. Wrote several letters for the dispensary, and I just want to finish my thought, which is that addresses a study that shows that the increase for adolescents skyrockets when a dispensary goes in, even though the dispensary obviously doesn't allow the kids to buy directly. Now, I just wanted to address the most important part of what I was getting at in the letters, which is the longitudinal studies. These studies showed thousands of kids over several years, and the conclusions, it's the first time we have this data now that ends the debate, which is that kids have permanent deficiencies in working memory, processing speed, language, and other cognitive functions. Their IQ actually decreases by 2 points each year of regular use, twice as likely to have bipolar and psychotic disorders, and adolescents who abuse are 4 times more likely to have anxiety disorders and 5 times more likely to have major depression and psychosis. So major impacts on kids. So when we talk about the difference between alcohol and marijuana, a lot of people will make that argument. It's really pretty ridiculous argument when it comes to the kids, because there's no comparison. It's like the difference between apples and hand grenades when it comes to alcohol versus marijuana for the kids. Before I was a CEQA litigator for 20 years, I became I became the General Services Director for the county. And what I do is these public bids for these contracts, what a lot of people are arguing right now. The 3 main reasons why you want to put it out for bid, if the county were to move forward on something like this, the county never would because of the damage, is because you want a fair process, you want the best deal for the county, you want to put it out to the market because the market offers the best deals, and you want to avoid the appearance of corruption. That's what's going on here. You're seeing a lot of outrage because there's this sense of an unfair process. So bear that in mind. You're facing liability on so many fronts here. It's potentially a $500,000 hit in 4 or 5 years, and will Embark be solvent? You've got a solid indemnity agreement, but will Embark be solvent? Thank you so much for your time.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Lisa Klosowski. Thank you for hearing all of us. Anyway, I have tons of respect for all of you. And this is a very hard decision, and it's very impactful for what you're going to do. I'm a local citizen, have been for quite some time, and I've had a business here in town for 27 years. I wasn't going to say anything, but then I feel like I really need to. I don't like speaking in public, but I've listened to all the statements that have been made at the council meetings. I've also heard the statements at the Board of Supervisors meetings. I've read all the letters, all the statements, the emails, and I also read the final agreement document, 25 pages, which is very thick to go through. I have many, many concerns over this project, over that agreement, which there are some things, in 3 minutes we can't go over it, but I do have some things that need to be discussed about that agreement. We've heard mountains of statistics. We've heard from law enforcement about the dangers. We've heard from our schools. We've heard from the County Board of Supervisors. We've heard from our health departments and numerous citizens who have said, please do not do this. But the one thing we have not heard is why are we doing this? And I'm sure we might hear it later. To me, the real question is very simple. Should we willingly bring drugs into our community? It's a very simple question. Should we willingly bring drugs into our community? I think the answer is a very simple no. Secondly, should we bring burglaries, robberies, and potential crime into our community? And I said potential, but the potential is there. Should we bring potential burglaries, robberies, and potential crime into our community? That is a hard pass on that one, no. I read yours. If you have time to read the police chiefs, that is awesome. One of my biggest concerns on the final document is that only the city manager has to approve another 5 years on the agreement. Not the city council, not with any input from citizens of Sutter Creek, but the city manager can approve a 5-year extension and a 5-year extension. That opens the door for bribery. You pay off the city manager under the table and you get another 5 years. So think about that. That needs to be changed in the final document if you do approve, which I really hope you don't. Thank you so much.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Stevens Price. I live in Amador County and I had a business in Sutter Creek. Before my time begins, I'd like to thank the council for the support over the years of the historic Sutter Creek Ragtime Festival. We just did the festival last weekend, and I worked closely with Tom Dubois and Dan LaFontaine, and it was a pleasure to work with them, and they made the auditorium a very viable place to have one of our venues for our festival. All right, I'd like to start my time now. Anyway, I would like to express my concern for the proposed dispensary in Sutter Creek. As a teenager in the 70s and 80s, marijuana and other drugs were prevalent in the youth culture in the San Francisco Bay Area where I grew up. I began smoking marijuana and cigarettes in my sophomore year of high school. I can tell you that marijuana is a gateway drug to more powerful drugs and potent highs. I smoked hash, I took mushrooms, did cocaine, and I even dropped acid. All these drugs took a toll on my brain. We would do stupid things like take bong hits and see how we could hold it and be a bear hug until you pass out. We did stupid things. My brain suffered. Kids who are high do stupid things. Adults who are high do stupid things. Sometimes it can just take one stupid thing that will end in a tragedy. I went to college in Southern California, and I would drive back and forth to the Bay Area to visit family. And I'd always smoked dope before. And while I was driving, because I thought I was the best driver on the road, when in actuality, I probably wasn't. When driving back from the bike race in Mexico, I flipped my car after partying. I will always remember driving with my friend in his Ford Pinto after smoking some weed, and a little girl ran out in the street, and my friend braked but couldn't stop in time. We hit the girl, and I can still to this day the picture in my mind of the girl's body contorting to the front of the car before she bounced off. And by God's grace, she was not severely injured, and she was able to walk up and go home. And fortunately for me, I stopped my drug use in 1984 when I got married and I found my new life in Christ. But I still have lasting effects to this day with my memory, comprehension, and memorization. Losing 2 of my best friends to drugs and alcohol underscores how careful we have to be as a community in allowing this into our backyard. Marijuana is a drug, and so is alcohol, and both are substances that alter the brain. Both kill brain cells. The target demographic for dispensaries are 17 through 35. I know this.
You have
My
30 seconds.
My mother sent me to therapists because of my lack of motivation and a real direction in my life because of my drug use. So as council members, I ask that you please read the room, listen to your constituents. The majority of them do not want a dispensary in Sutter Creek. Do not be drawn to the bright light of a dollar signs. Drugs and money should never be a partnership worth risking. Let us not tarnish the jewel of the mother lode, Sutter Creek. Thank you.
Next speaker.
My name is Christy Melton. I'm a parent, a resident, and a teacher at Ione Junior High School. Lisa spoke eloquently about essentially what I was going to say. I have no doubt that Embark works very hard to have great security. I'm sure they card people well. I know that this industry is highly regulated on every single front except one. None of these things actually address the core problem, which is products that are sold with THC levels more than 30, 40, 50, 60, 70% higher than what is considered to be safe. Johns Hopkins, Stanford, the National Institute of Health. I can name you three more. Current 2025 through 2026 studies, the very first studies that are peer-reviewed, longitudinal. There is no debate. The products that are sold in these dispensaries they are the next mental health crisis. They create psychosis, they create a lack of motivation, and everything in between. And it is not sometimes. It is really common. And it's because of the levels. There's nothing that security can do to change the fact that the products sold in dispensaries, and not just Embark, every dispensary, do not have any legal limit to the level of THC. And there is nothing that anything can do about the fact that that's not regulated and that's what they sell. Nothing can change that. So I agree with Lisa when she says that it's very, very simple question. Do we want to flood our community with drugs? That's it. I hope as our leaders, the stewards of our community, that we could maybe just decide not to combine drugs and money. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Suzanne Hauk, and I live in Sutter Creek, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak again. In the last many months and recent weeks, you have been provided with evidence, facts, examples, proof, and statistics of the dangers of allowing the Embark shop to set up in Sutter Creek. If this happens, it will dramatically and adversely affect our youth and our beautiful community. I want to highlight one of the most important issues we have shared and needs to be shared again before you cast the most consequential historical vote that I believe will ever be made in the city of Sutter Creek. Embark is not just a pot dispensary. The marijuana we smoked back in the 60s and 70s will not be the big seller at the dispensary. The big moneymakers will be the high potency THC products. The youth in our community will have easy access to this mind-altering drug through the various enticing products that it sells. Studies on today's new high potency THC use are now just unfolding, and it's exposing harm, damage, and danger to our youth's physical and mental health. And the studies are not all in yet. They have only just begun, and it's going to get worse. They're going to go up. No matter how much money Sutter Creek plans to spend on this dispensary, it will only pale in comparison to the damage that will be done on so many fronts in the years to come if you vote yes. We, the citizens of Sutter Creek, we voted for all of you because we believed you would have our city's greater good at heart. Will a vote yes be for the greater good? Please ask yourselves that. Our Board of Supervisors and our school board are opposed and highly concerned about this dangerous business setting up shop in Amador County. Embark does not care about our community or our best interests. They don't. No matter how they sugarcoat everything, they care only about one thing, and that is the millions they hope to make in the future. And we will make ourselves the pawn to make that happen for them, to make that happen for them if you vote yes. So please, right now, search your minds and your hearts before you vote and do the right thing, especially for our vulnerable youth.
30 seconds.
Do the right thing for our beautiful community. Do the right thing for Amador County and vote no on Embark. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Ron Hauk, Cedar Creek resident. You've already heard the many reasons why Embark's dispensary is a bad idea. The decision falls on your shoulders, the city council. You, the city council, appointed the city manager. You appointed the city manager. You also appointed the planning commission. Every one of you appointed them. They were not elected. We, the people, only elected you, the city council. This is on your shoulders. My wife and I were at the planning commission when they voted unanimously in favor of putting in Embark's dispensary. We spoke there. We heard the planning commission say something like, well, the drugs are already here. They're here in our community, and since they're already here, we might as well cash in on it and make some money. That was their logic. I knew they weren't comprehending the magnitude of what we were saying. Embark said they're going to educate the public on how to use cannabis products responsibly. You cannot teach people to responsibly use cannabis that has the magnitude of 75 to 95% THC. It's out of control. These are the highest levels in the world, and Embark sells these products disguised as inviting for children. This is a moral issue for the city council to make. Will it be the right moral decision to stop Embark dead in the tracks right now before it's too late? Or will it be the wrong moral decision for our community by letting Embark proceed and further exacerbate the problems we already have? You see, this whole project rests on your shoulders, the city council. You're making a very powerful choice for the entire county of Amador County. Do the right thing. Make the right moral decision. Vote no on the Embark's dispensary while you can. Do the right thing for your legacy as a city council. Vote no for Embark
30 seconds remaining.
dispensary. Do the right thing for the mental health and the well-being of the city of Sutter Creek and our entire county. Vote no for Embark's dispensary while you can. There are other ways to make money that people will support in our county and in our city. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
Well, I'm Byron Damiani. I wasn't going to speak, but I'll be brief. I think your staff has done a really good job putting together this report. They've obviously worked on it a long time. I think you almost glossed over a little bit what some of the medical benefits, some of the monetary benefits would be to the city to have this. It's being presented in some light as though this is just the first time anyone's going to see marijuana in Sutter Creek. Well, people can already grow it in Sutter Creek. 50 years ago, when I was in high school, pot was not remotely legal. There were plenty of kids that smoked cigarettes, smoked pot, got alcohol. No one's worrying about who's going up to Safeway to buy cigarettes or alcohol for any of our kids down here. That's always going to be an issue no matter what. And it's not a deciding issue. We have a lot of people in our town or county that are driving out of area to go get marijuana or having it delivered. We don't have a medical dispensary here. There are a lot of people that are buying this for medical reasons, not just recreational reasons. And there's no reason why that can't stay in the county, in the city, as far as the income that it's going to generate. Law enforcement has legitimate concerns about this, but to be frank, I don't think you could get a better location than a former bank. Being able to put everything away at night in a vault. Jewelry stores have to have big safes and vaults to put things away every night. You've got a location that's easy to monitor, that's easy to see, that has all kinds of security in it. And I think that there are going to be benefits for the city in doing this. It's not not inventing the wheel. We already have all kinds of sales that are going to other counties and other cities from our residents and from other people in the county. And I think we should keep it here. I think you have a good regulatory framework. Your CEQA arguments are solid, and it's something that the city council should give very serious consideration to.
Next speaker.
Hi, everybody. Scott Allen, Sutter Creek resident, born and raised here, yada, yada, yada. Also, full disclosure, son-in-law of Councilmember Reardon. I'm here just to say that I do support the Embark decision. Every decision that any elected body makes has risk. And if this thing falls apart in the first few months, the city can shut it down. So I think that's something that's really important to keep in mind. Nobody wants kids doing drugs or drinking. And to Stephen's point, I would not recommend, because I have firsthand experience with underage drinking, and it impacted me, and it still does adversely. Someone earlier made the comment about making a comparison between pot and alcohol, one being apples and grenades, and the grenade is alcohol, because alcohol kills. THC kills brain cells. It's not good. You don't want kids killing their brain cells for sure. But I think just give this a chance. And if a few months in, kids are running wild with the pot the cannabis they got from here, then it can be shut down. So just something to keep in mind. So anyway, I just wanted to come up and say I support that. And if folks are worried about bribery and corruption, leave this meeting right now and go to Washington, D.C., because that's where it's really happening. And it's pretty ballsy to come to a city council meeting with no evidence to say that this is corruption and bribery. So I think that's pretty insulting. So thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Susan Ross, Sutter Creek resident. Thank you to the council for your stewardship of our town and for facilitating the process of local government. Thank you as well to all my fellow citizens who have shared their comments with this community and council. Following this gentleman, our representative democracy is precious. I support the approval of the Embark Dispensary, a legal and state-regulated business, as a new and contributing member of the Sutter Creek business community for the following reasons. Number one, Embark is a competent, qualified, and skilled company offering cannabis products which are in high demand here and everywhere, as they can treat an array of symptoms to help people suffer less and live a better quality of life. The taxes from the dispensary, number two, will benefit all Sutter Creek citizens and businesses. And number three, as I have mentioned before, this town's economy is based primarily on substance use. Wineries and bars catering to tourists and locals. To deny approval on the basis of outdated propaganda and stigma is not only discriminatory, but hypocritical. Cannabis is used in every community, regardless of local rules. Local jurisdictions can ban licensed retail stores, but they cannot eliminate consumer demand. When local governments deny access to licensed retailers, the illicit market and organized crime benefit. High THC and often laced cannabis is currently available everywhere, on the street, in the high schools, and at teen parties. Our own Sheriff Redmond spoke in Washington, D.C. with concern about our foothills rife with illegal cannabis grows. So denying Embark will not affect cannabis usage. Folks will either buy illicit, unregulated cannabis or drive out of county donating their tax dollars. I truly sympathize with all the families who have struggled with high THC cannabis side effects. I also sympathize with those families who have struggled with alcohol poisoning, alcoholism, drunk driving, prescription medication overdose, and street drug abuse and death.
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Substance abuse is an issue and must be taken seriously. Substance use and/or abuse is a choice, like any other choice. Successful decision-making is the clear process of choosing the best option by defining goals, gathering reliable facts, and weighing risks. Understanding that many are concerned minors may abuse cannabis products creates clear opportunity for effective decision-making education and drug education.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay, I'm almost finished. Empowering our youth to make responsible decisions is key. Substances will always be here. Knowledge in an effective decision-making process is personal power. I address and ask the council to please consider this. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Council. I'm Mayla Swift Burgess, Sutter Creek resident and business owner. My accounting firm is directly across from the proposed location. These remarks were prepared with input from our entire office staff. I am asking you to listen to your constituents. This is the third meeting I have attended, and each time 70 to 80% are speaking against this proposal. In the last general election, this council called on the citizens of Sutter Creek to pass Measure P for the benefit of our town. The citizens respected your request and passed Measure P. I believe many people who supported Measure P are the same people standing here tonight calling on you, the members of the council, to return the respect by saying no or putting a referendum on the ballot and give us, your constituents, the opportunity to vote on this issue. Being a small community with the city limits directly behind the proposed building, this decision affects the entire county and should be a voter decision. It should not be left to 4 council members and 1 company bidding. Just because it can be passed this way doesn't mean it should be. Yes, we allow the sale of alcohol, but the financial relationship being considered between the city and Embark is much different than what exists between the city and a liquor store or wine tasting room. Accepting this deal means the city of Sutter Creek will get a cut off the top of every sale, making the city, and by extension, the citizens of Sutter Creek, a silent partner in a cannabis retail store. Embark's proposal even states if the applicant generates sales as they forecast, this would become the single largest source of income for the city. That creates an important question. Do we want our city to become dependent on one cannabis store? Prop 64 legalized adult possession and use of cannabis, but it also allowed cities and counties to regulate the sales up to and including the prohibition of cannabis-related businesses. This provision allowed voters to say, in effect, okay, have it in your town if you want, but not in mine, please. Embark is a for-profit business, and they tell you this is what the locals want, but I question that. The Department of Cannabis Control audit found that the DCC does not have sufficient resources to conduct routine inspections and do not conduct enough inspections to identify problems proactively. Also, its regulations do not adequately prohibit flavors, names, and packaging that are attractive to children. You've heard from many before me about the effects on our children and young adults. As a mom of a 14-year-old who is here tonight, I can tell you vapes are
30
everywhere
seconds
in your
remaining.
school. I ask you, what neighbors, friends, and family members are you willing to sacrifice knowing the increased danger? Are you willing to tell our kids drug use is dangerous while being a partner in a commercial cannabis store? In closure, I urge you to reject this proposal and give the residents of Sutter Creek the opportunity to decide what kind of community they want. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Next speaker.
My name is Sandy Anderson. I live in Sutter Creek. I wanted to just mention something tonight about the studies that have been done about the proximity of cannabis dispensaries. There was a study done by the Public Health Institute and Kaiser Permanente of 96,000 adolescents in Northern California. And what they found out was that for every 5 miles, putting distance between the adolescent and the dispensary, the use of it went down by almost 12%. So there's a real impact on it being here locally. Also, those cities and counties where dispensaries were illegal and they didn't have any, the psychic breaks and anxiety and depression decreased by almost 35%. So proximity does have something to do with it. And just to address something else, these opinions are not hypocritical or outdated. I have family members and I have lived this, and many of us here have too, and they're not hypocritical. The THC, the strength of the marijuana today is not what it was when we were young. Thank you very much.
Yes, my name's Court Strandberg. I live in Sutter Creek, and much of what I would say has already been said. I'm in support of the dispensary, and I worked for this Amador County Unified School District from 1985 to 2015, with 4 years off for good behavior, and the kids get the weed. And it seems as if the access of children is the main issue. They can get their hands on marijuana whenever they want to. So I think most of what I've been hearing tonight after the legal issues is that was it a good idea for the state legislature to illegalize marijuana in the first place? That's not this arena. That's another arena. And so since it is a legal business, I would think you have to settle those legal issues, decide whether it's a positive for the city or a negative for the city based on the money it brings in and the nuisance issue it might cause. And other than that, that's the issues of whether children are going to get their hands on it. It's sort of a red herring, I think. Bad as it is, I quite agree that children should not be using marijuana. That's all.
Next speaker.
Hi there, my name is Amber Gardner. I'm here today to respectfully support approval of the proposed dispensary in Sutter Creek. I know this is an emotional and personal issue for many people, and I want to acknowledge the concerns that have been shared. As a parent, a neighbor, a coach, and member of this broader community, I care deeply about safety, youth protection, responsible local decision-making, and making sure Sutter Creek remains a place people are proud to call home. At the same time, I believe this proposal gives the city a thoughtful, controlled way to move forward. The development agreement is structured as a limited one-year pilot program for one retail and delivery cannabis business with local oversight, conditions of approval, and the ability to determine whether this is the right fit for Sutter Creek before making any longer-term commitment. I also support the financial structure of the agreement. According to the city's staff report, the proposal is forecast to generate approximately $680,000 per year in direct fees, sales tax, and community benefit payments for the city. That includes an 8% retail fee and a 1% community benefit fee. For a small rural city with limited resource, that kind of ongoing revenue matters. It can help support local services, public safety needs, infrastructure, and other priorities without asking residents to carry the full burden. I understand that Amador County has taken a different approach by not allowing dispensaries, but I believe Sutter Creek has an opportunity to consider this carefully, transparently, and on its own terms. To me, it does not make sense to ban a highly regulated legal business outright when the city has the ability to set strict standards, monitor operations closely, and end the arrangement if it does not meet expectations. I visited Embark's operation in South Lake Tahoe and found it to be secure, clean, organized, and professionally run. From what I've seen, Embark appears to be offering more than a standard retail operation. They're also helping the city navigate planning, compliance, and potential litigation issues. And lastly, I want to speak from a place of compassion. For many people, cannabis is not about recreation. It is part of how they manage pain, anxiety, or serious health challenges. Leaving you. Okay. The national academies have found substantial evidence that cannabis or cannabinoids can help some adults with chronic pain, although the effects vary and should be used responsibly. In a rural area where access to medical care can be limited, I support giving adults another legal, regulated option while keeping strong safeguards in place
30
for the
seconds.
community. For these reasons, I respectfully encourage approval of this proposal.
Next speaker.
My name is Cindy Hutchins. I've lived in this county 18 years. We've raised 7 children here. And Cindy Hutchins, and we've lived in this county for 18 years. We've raised 7 kids, and we've chosen to move from Modesto up to here because it is quaint, because it is small, because it does not have what the big cities have. We chose to raise our kids in smaller schools. We chose this area versus the big cities for that reason, that it doesn't have what the big cities have. I did not know anything about Embark. I looked it up. It's founded in South Lake Tahoe, okay? It, looking on they have an app, so you can go onto their app and you can, within 15 minutes, go and pick up what you want from that store. I'm looking at their app, which is fun and cool colors, and they've got edibles on there and cool looking things. And you go into the search section, which says, discover your high. And I was like, okay, so they're not promoting wellness. They're not promoting health. They're promoting high. And I'm continuing to look on their pictures of their stores. In a big picture or TVs like that behind their registers, discover your high. That is their motto, discover your high. I'm watching more pictures. They have t-shirts, and it's per their area. High, which is spelled H-I-G-H, from Riverside. So if you're from that area, you can get a t-shirt or a bag that says, high from, that's Riverside. Well, would that be Sutter Creek? High from Sutter Creek? Are we promoting to get high in Sutter Creek? These are my concerns. There is also, why do we need a huge Safeway like marijuana shop here? Why do we need that? Why are they looking at this demographics where it's 2,700 people when they have South Lake Tahoe, Stockton, Sacramento, Woodland, Tracy, all above 60,000 people? Why are they looking at this demographics? Why are they looking at a small Amador County? These are my concerns, and it rides on you as to why are they looking at this small county that we choose to live here so it is not like a city. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, council members. Martin Ryan, resident of Sutter Creek, former sheriff of Amador County. I've been asked by current Sheriff Gary Redmond to read his letter to the city council. He says as follows: I have served in law enforcement for more than 30 years. Throughout my career, I have witnessed firsthand the challenges that communities face when addressing issues related to public safety, illegal activity, and substance abuse. Based on that experience, I have significant concerns regarding the potential establishment of a cannabis dispensary in the city of Sutter Creek. First, I recognize that the legalization of marijuana has provided certain benefits, including regulated access and tax revenue. However, legalization does not eliminate the public safety concerns associated with cannabis. Licensed dispensaries can become targets for theft, burglary, and other criminal activity, including incidents that can involve violence. Both Calaveras and Amador counties have experienced homicides associated with marijuana-related activity. These incidents place not only dispensary employees at risk, but also neighboring residents and members of the surrounding community. Second, while licensed dispensaries are required to comply with state and local regulations, an illegal cannabis market continues to exist. Unlicensed operators may sell unregulated products that can pose risks to consumers. This illicit market undermines legitimate businesses, creates additional challenges for law enforcement, and makes it more difficult to monitor the quality, distribution, and ultimate source of cannabis products. Third, impaired driving remains a significant public safety concern. As cannabis becomes more accessible, law enforcement agencies must continue to address the dangers associated with driving under the influence of marijuana. Impaired drivers put every person traveling on our roads at risk. Law enforcement agencies are continually working to improve detection, enforcement, and prevention, but these efforts require additional time and resources. There are also many potential fiscal impacts to his office, to my office, the sheriff's office, and Amador County that may not be accompanied by any corresponding compensation. A cannabis dispensary could potentially result in increased calls for service, arrests, investigations, traffic-related incidents, and medical emergencies. These demands could extend beyond the boundaries of the city of Sutter Creek and place additional responsibilities on county law enforcement and emergency communications resources. I also understand that the Amador County Board of Supervisors and trustees of the Amador County School District have expressed the position that a cannabis dispensary is not in the best interest of the district. I concur with that assessment. Ultimately, the decision before the council is about more than whether a dispensary can operate under a regulatory framework. It is also about considering the broader public safety, law enforcement, emergency response, and community impacts that may accompany such an operation. I respectfully ask the Sutter Creek City Council to carefully consider these considerations and potential burden on
30 seconds remaining.
and county public safety resources before making a decision regarding a cannabis dispensary in Sutter Creek. Thank you for consideration and for your continued commitment to safety and well-being of our community. Respectfully, Gary W. Redmond, Amador County Sheriff. Thank you.
Next speaker.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Josh Niddle. I am a resident of Sutter Creek. I own a business in Sutter Creek, and my wife and I own the business that is next door to the proposed site that we're talking about today. And we've owned it since 2014. So council members, first of all, thank you for your citizenship and your leadership. I know this is not easy, and I appreciate you being here. I do want to talk to you about something that's right in your lane of responsibility, though, and that is I want to go on record about the concerns over the site plan and the traffic safety for that location. We all can do the math. They're expecting hundreds of transactions a day, ramping up from somewhere around 100 to over 350 a day. I'm not an expert, but I think that's more than any other business in Sutter Creek. I might be wrong on that, but I think that warrants a little extra attention. So first of all, the concern is both the entry and exit and the fact that the parking lot is one-way only traffic. The site plan, if you've looked at it, it identifies two entrances into the parking lot. It doesn't clearly identify what the exit plan will be, per se. If anyone here has driven the site, you'll notice that you can access it legally the way it's set up right now, going eastbound, and you cannot access it legally coming westbound. You can turn into my parking lot, which is what a lot of the bank ATM users have been doing for years, and parking in the handicap ramp parkway there. That's how it's been accessed over the last couple of years by 80% of the traffic. I call this out not to nitpick, but I've seen multiple times 17 parking sites. The site plan says 15 parking sites. There's 13 parking sites and 1 handicap parking spot. We're expecting 6 to 8 employees. So people are going to be navigating a full parking lot before the 300 people show up during the day. So I just ask you, it's not a big city. Go and drive that location yourself. Go both directions. 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the evening, when most of their traffic is going to be coming, there is a safety risk. I
30
know we're
seconds
very
remaining.
optimistic on the financial projections to the city, but I've also heard us be fairly dismissive on the highway safety concerns. Please do not dismiss the traffic report received today that has brought up some of these issues. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Caitlin Casey, and I work for the District Attorney's Office. I am the Chief Assistant, and I'm here with Todd Reeby. And what I'd like to do is let you know that I'm a Sutter Creek resident. I live here with my husband, my 13-year-old, my 11-year-old. But prior to coming to Sutter Creek, we lived in San Joaquin. We lived in San Joaquin County for 16 years. I was a prosecutor there, and I can tell you, having worked in a city in Stockton where there are dispensaries, and there have been for a long time, I feel like I have an educated opinion about whether or not those belong in a community like Amador County, particularly Sutter Creek. What I'd like to do, in addition to thanking council members for your patience this evening, thanking the residents who have spoken, and everyone who has been just so thoughtful and eloquent with their comments on both sides, I'd like to read portions, with the time I have left, of the letter that the DA's office submitted. And I want to underscore, as I did in my letter, that nothing that anyone from law enforcement who has spoken, who has written from the county, it's not a comment upon the legalized recreational and medicinal use of cannabis products by adults. Safe and legal access to those products is already available to those consumers, but plainly, allowing the dispensary makes it easier for the next location to become established and for Amador to share in the problems that plague surrounding counties. Something that Sheriff Redmond's letter touched upon, that Sheriff Ryan shared, is DUIs. Amador County is a small county. We're rural, certainly. We have an outsized rate of DUIs. Most of those are alcohol related, but a fair number are marijuana. It's a significant problem, and where you have a dispensary that is able to sell products to people who are on a main thoroughfare to and from the casino in and out of Amador County, that is a thing to be concerned about. This dispensary will be located near a thoroughfare for patrons of the Jackson Rancheria Casino. Some of those patrons will purchase products and use or sell them on casino grounds. That already happens, but with a local dispensary, it will be even more convenient. And when patrons elect to use their purchases and drive those roads, it will exacerbate the significant problem we face with DUIs here. When it comes to impairment from cannabis or other ingested substances, too many
30
drivers
seconds
still
remaining.
perceive that usage is without risk. Those cases are also more difficult to prove, requiring specialized training among patrol officers to identify signs of impairment and expert evaluation and testimony, additional staffing and prosecution costs. So when we're talking about the real impacts of marijuana and products that are at dispensaries, it isn't simply something that should be fairly dismissed as a reefer madness kind of argument. It is there, it is real, and it would be more widely available.
Your
Thank
time
you.
is up.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Diane Nelson. I'm a resident of Sutter Creek. I've been here since 1988. I'm not here, I don't want to reiterate what you have already heard. I ask that you as a council, please respectfully listen to our police chief, our county superintendent, our school superintendent, our supervisors, our sheriffs, studies that have affected brain development, THC levels. You all have heard tonight, and I know you've been researching, all of these topics. But please listen to the constituents that voted to have you represent all of us. What I heard tonight was public convenience, and I don't know why that just struck a chord with me. oh, why should someone have to drive to Sacramento or to Calveras, whatever? It's so convenient to have it here. But I ask you, how many of us go to Rancho Cordova, Folsom to go to Costco? Driving to get a product that we need, that should not be a consideration. The overarching consideration of why this is important to have. I saw Embark's, I've read their presentation, I've looked, I watched tonight. And they present a really nice picture. Yes, they're going to show all the positive aspects of that business. But why are we entertaining that? Is the decision just for money? Is it really going to benefit our community? It's going to benefit our residents? That's really, I'm just trying to wrap my head around that. Mela had said, just because you can vote for this doesn't mean that you should. And I truly agree with that. And I'll leave you with this. All that glitters isn't gold. Embark puts a really nice presentation together. Cannabis dispensaries, nice presentation. But is that really what our county needs? I thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
Tyler Burgess, born and raised here, whole life, always lived in Sutter Creek. I don't know if you guys realize, but the Ridge Road intersection is already busy, difficult to enter. Just over 10 years ago, they moved the road back because the intersection was already so busy. Around 150 feet or so. What did they say? 130% more traffic going to be in that intersection right there. I don't know if any of you have worked on the road. I'm a blue collar worker. I work on the roads. It's dangerous. And right there, you're already putting people's lives in danger. So in my opinion, you guys need to vote no on this. It's the smart thing to do is to vote no. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for letting me speak again. I'm Dr. Mark Farron, retired physician, worked in Sutter, Amador, and San Andreas hospitals, and ran a family practice clinic for 30 years up in Pioneer and Pine Grove. Anyway, I just wanted to present, could tonight's decision to say A or nay be one of the most important decisions of your life? What if just one 21-year-old from our community, a graduate of Argonaut or Amador, gets a psychotic reaction from the high-intensity weed that they may purchase? And what if they can no longer pay their rent and are unhoused? Then their car gets towed while they are out doing odd jobs. And so that night, they start sleeping under the Highway 49 Sutter Creek Bridge. The rains come in February for 3 days. Their sleeping bag gets wet, and the temperature dips into the low 40s. Their shivering body wakes them up, but they are too weak to get up and look for someone to help them. The night gets colder and colder. They fall off they fall off into a deep sleep, never to return to this earth. When you're looking at me like I got three heads, Reardon, you know this. This is going to really impact homelessness, okay? Please don't look at me like this is not true. This is a potential thing that could happen. When your final day comes, and members, and you breathe your last breath, are you prepared to look our Heavenly Creator in the eyes and explain how you justified voting A tonight with all that you know? All that you know. The health effects. I'm a physician. I've seen people die from drugs and alcohol. Anyway, a lot of the concern, you won't be able to claim ignorance because a lot of these concerned citizens have presented data after study after division. Yeah, that was the 2-minute bell, right? Yeah. Okay, so anyway, you can't claim ignorance. Okay. And so That's the bad news. But even if you pass this measure and have innocent blood on your hands in the future, our Heavenly Father loves you so much that he allowed his son, Jesus Christ, to be whipped with the cat o' nine tails until he was unrecognizable.
30 seconds
Lifted
remaining.
up, I got you, on a cross with nails piercing his wrists and feet, crowned with a crown made of nasty thorns, died a horrendous death after hours of cruel torture. Just before he died, he said, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do." What forgiveness, what love. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him will have eternal life. It's a high you cannot get from marijuana. It is unbelievable to know that you have everlasting life, folks. Please reconsider this, and
Your
please
time
vote
is up.
no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Christina Hodge. I have half of a prepared statement for you tonight. Let's call this what it is, a revenue arrangement disguised as a development agreement. This was always about money, regardless of the potential negative impact on our community, and that distinction matters. The question before you tonight is straightforward. Will you use your authority to protect public trust or to bypass it in the matter of the proposed cannabis dispensary? When a government creates a new market, decides who gets access to that market, and then benefits financially from that decision, residents have every right to question whether this is truly sound public policy. This project has been met with significant opposition, not simply from residents, but from law enforcement officials, county officials, the school district, the school board. When the city moves this project forward without acknowledging the substantial community opposition, it creates the appearance of a predetermined outcome rather than an open process. And the optics matter. Heretofore, well, I had some other stuff about workarounds and numerous concessions, but they've been very nicely addressed by the attorneys. So heretofore, there have been no town halls or public Q&A sessions for the public on the matter of the dispensary. And even tonight, our time is limited. Public forums were hosted by Embark. A member of this council promoted an event hosted by Embark and even upheld Embark as an arbiter of fact with regards to the project. That notion defies logic. Embark is a member of a multi-million-dollar industry with a direct financial stake in this outcome. Embark is not neutral, and it has become apparent that neither is a member of this council. Embark has a role of influencing the public and council with regards to this project, not safeguarding our community. Safeguarding our community is, in fact, your job. You were not elected to protect outside interest, industry talking points, or revenue projections. When the council echoes the position of the applicant, the public should question why the council is acting as an advocate, which validates the original question. Can the public trust
30
the
seconds.
process by which this decision is made tonight? Your refusal to see the undeniable opposition and keep passing this through will erode all public trust and confirm every point made tonight. The point that it was never about transparency, but rather it was always about a narrative that puts a financial windfall over the citizens. Thank you.
Please refrain from applause. Next speaker.
Hello, everyone. My name's Matthew Davis. I am a resident here in Sutter Creek. I'm actually been asked to read this on behalf of a retired school teacher from Amador High, Lance Outland. He's out of town, so he can't be here today. I'm speaking tonight in strong support of proposed Embark retail dispensary. When discussing cannabis retail, it is a natural for a close-knit community to have questions about neighborhood fit. However, Embark is not a generic corporation looking to extract wealth from our town. They operate under a very unique model explicitly built to address small town concerns through proactive communication, job security, and local reinvestment. As you evaluate this proposal, I ask the council to consider these three core benefits for the partnership that they'll bring to our community. First, Embark generates vital local revenue and commits to immediate social investment. Unlike operators that funnel profits away, Embark legally pledges 1% of its gross receipts directly back to the local community fund administered by locals, 8% of the sales to the general fund. Furthermore, they support workforce stability by partnering with the UFCW Local 5 union to guarantee fair unionized wages, benefits to the local residents they hire. The revenue generated here will give the council a reliable stream of funding to fix our roads, balance budget gaps, and support public services. Second, Embark will be a proactive partner in community safety. They operate a fully banked low-cash facilities to minimize on-site risks. They install state-of-the-art surveillance networks and exterior lighting while offering direct access to local law enforcement for monitoring. To protect our youth, Embark utilizes a strict multi-stage ID verification check at the door that completely bars minors from entering. Finally, Embark normalizes responsible health access and actively reduces old stigmas. Their open bodega-style retail format replaces intimidating setups with a comfortable standard shopping environment. This makes a difference for medical patients and older adults who currently travel long distances just to secure safe relief. We can leave cannabis to an unregulated underground market, or we can partner with a transparent, unionized, community-first operator like Embark. I respectfully urge City Council to approve Embark's application. Thank you for your time and your service to the community.
Good evening. I'm Lottie Tone, a Sutter Creek resident, and I should say I'm married to Councilman Dan Reardon. I'm here to read a letter from Alyssa Glickman, Executive Director, West Alameda Business Association. Honorable Mayor and members of Sutter Creek City Council, I want to share why the West Alameda Business Association, we wish that we had more businesses like Embark in our district. As executive director, I work every day with businesses, property owners, residents, and city staff. The businesses that make a district stronger are the ones that understand that they are a part of a community, not simply operating within it. Embark has consistently demonstrated that commitment. Since opening, Embark has contributed more than $100,000 to Alameda organizations and causes, with more than 70% supporting youth drug education and prevention through independent third-party organizations. They have also supported local schools, educators, nonprofits, and community events. But being a good neighbor is about more than financial contributions. Embark participates, listens, builds relationships, and looks for ways to support the community around them. I also serve on the Embark's Community Advisory Board, which has given me direct insight into how they approach their local giving. Their commitment is thoughtful, transparent, and consistent. Cannabis businesses naturally receive significant scrutiny. Embark has shown us that a well-run cannabis business can also be an engaged and valuable community partner. They have earned our trust, and based on our experience in Alameda, I would welcome Embark into any business district without hesitation. Sincerely, Alyssa Glickman, Executive Director, West Alameda Business Association.
Next speaker.
Hi, Al Beer, Sutter Creek. Didn't plan on starting with this, but I'm kind of a numbers guy. Embark talked tonight about 5-year projected income of $14 million, which is $2.8 million a year in those 5 years. If 10% of that came to the city, it would be $280,000. When we passed Proposition P, as the city manager will advise, we're projecting $600,000 from Proposition P with the 1% tax imposed on the city residents. So we do have an option to this dispensary, we could put another ballot measure on the ballot, 1% tax, potentially raising $600,000, and we wouldn't have to do the dispensary. About 10 years ago, after the legalization of recreational marijuana was passed in California, and many people have said this, individual jurisdictions can decide not to legalize it in their jurisdiction. Everybody in the county, all the cities and the county decided against it, including the vote of the City Council of Sutter Creek 10 years ago. So why has it changed? Two things. What has changed? Two things. Marijuana at its enhanced levels of THC has become more addictive and more dangerous. And two, a retailer has come to town offering money as an enhancement to change that decision. If Embark was not offering money to the city, I cannot imagine that any consideration would be given to the proposal. Simply the downside, which is impacts on public health, on law enforcement, and on the youth in our community, would make it a non-starter. But it is about money, and so that's where we are. I have a last comment. I'm asking that before you cast your vote, ask yourself, is this the right choice for the youth in the community? Are we sending to them the right message? What is the best vote to protect
30
their
seconds.
development, their welfare, and their future? Thank you.
Next speaker.
I'm Eddie Onetto, and a suggestion would be nice if you had a clock that gave us forewarning so we could tell how far our time is. You know, I came from a background that's quite secluded, and I didn't really have a lot of social interaction in my life, and I had no idea. My mother said us boys were to never drink. I never did. I'd never been drunk in my life. I'd never used marijuana or any drug. And I had absolutely no idea the effect in our community until the last 20 years when we had people employed who couldn't run a skidder. He spent 2.5 hours and couldn't pull in a couple logs. Discombobulated, couldn't function. Then I got my other brother and I to buy a power plant, and I hired a lady to come in and watch it for me. And what do you think she did? She brought her druggie friends in to cut copper wire for her fix. Millions and millions of dollars of destruction to copper wires. Then when they went to put the wires back, made a mistake, had a direct short to an 18 megawatt generator, $2.5 million of direct damage for her fix. Then I saw a young man who had a fat issue and had emotional problems with being fat. So you know what his mother did, unbeknownst to the son's father? She bought him recreational marijuana at a dispensary. He later sold that stuff himself. So in the last 20 years, I've gone through just absolute shocks. I had no idea that the effect this has on our community. I'm really glad to see our sheriff representative and the DAs here. Folks, making a few bucks off these marijuana dispensaries really isn't in benefit in the community in the long term. The unknown, hidden cost you see out there financially and emotionally are immeasurable. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name's Linda Rianda. I am a Sutter Creek resident. I hope that all of you had a chance to read the letter from me to you that was attached to the agenda. I'm not going to read that letter, but I do want to hit a few points from my letter. Let me start by saying that I'm strongly opposed to the proposal for a marijuana dispensary in the city of Sutter Creek and urge you to vote no. Sutter Creek's known right now as the jewel of the Motherlode. That's because it's a beautiful, charming, unique place to visit and to live. I don't want Sutter Creek to turn into just another location in California known for its pot. I do want people coming to town because I don't want them coming for pot, but I do want them coming to Sutter Creek for its rich history of gold its charm, and because it's unique in all of California. When I was on city council and as mayor, sitting right where the four of you are sitting, residents repeatedly voiced their concerns about any changes anywhere in Sutter Creek that would impact its history, its uniqueness, and its charm. A dispensary in Sutter Creek will change that. Sutter Creek is one of a kind, and it should remain one of a kind without a dispensary. You asked for and received correspondence from the county and many other agencies and boards, all voicing their concerns about a dispensary in Sutter Creek. That is because this is not just a decision about Sutter Creek. The decision you make will impact all of Amador County. I was on council for 13 years, and I can't recall one other vote that directly impacted the lives of not only all the residents of Sutter Creek, but of the lives of all Amador County residents. It takes our county in a different direction, one that I would argue will be detrimental to our county. Your vote on this proposal will be the most important vote you ever make because of the impact on people's lives, including those that are most vulnerable, our children. Vote no on adoption of a resolution approving a marijuana dispensary. As you are aware, every one of your votes shapes the legacy by which you will be remembered. Do the right thing for our kids. Vote no.
Next speaker.
Sherry Curtis, and I'm from Pioneer, Amador County. I'm here to question findings that your staff has made, which shows that things are biased here. I came about 3 weeks ago and brought a study to give to you so you would have time to read it on how the increased THC in marijuana has been proven now to create psychosis and schizophrenia and other psychosis issues in people, not just children, but other people. You can verify those by just going to emergency hospitals and checking out their cases. But what I brought was concerned the fact that a statement was made in your documents to adopt today that MROC and marijuana is not detrimental to the health and welfare of Sutter Creek residents. With no backup, no studies, nothing, just a firm statement that staff has declared that there is no danger to any Sutter Creek resident. I'm concerned for the driving on narrow roads in the county, as well as I don't want to see any child brain. I've seen and gone in emergency ambulances with kids freaked out on marijuana, and it's not a pleasant thing. I'm concerned that the fact that my study I brought to you was not included in the packet, so other residents could read really what's going on and the new studies that have come out last year and this year, proving that it's a health and detriment to people's brains and bodies. I can't understand why
30
you as
seconds
city
remaining.
council are becoming a partner in drug dealing. That's what it's being done. City of Sutter Creek, who used to be a jewel of the motherlode, is turning into a cesspool. And the poison is running downhill to Amador County. I just pray that you will open your eyes and look at the people who have died
Your time is
because
up.
of
Thank
drug
you.
use, and you're going to be part of it. I can't understand it. I ask that you deny this, and there are many other ways to raise money for economic development in Sutter Creek. Please vote no.
Next speaker.
Evening, council. My name is Logan Cardell, and as someone said, born and raised, blah, blah, blah. Amador County graduate, or Amador High School. Cities and counties across the state are experiencing trying financial times. While there are a myriad of reasons for these mounting shortfalls, foremost among them seems to be the unfunded state mandates. As we councils and boards attempt new and creative ideas to mitigate these unexpected costs, it can sometimes feel like rearranging chairs on the Titanic. While we're attempting to save ourselves, though, we must ask what will remain in the aftermath. Growing up in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, we watched a consistent genre of movies. The faces changed, the plot remained the same. It was Morgan Freeman or Michelle Pfeiffer. They got a job as a teacher in the inner city. The students faced seemingly impossible financial dilemmas. The hero of the movie stayed in school, kept their nose clean, and raised their test scores. The cautionary and oftentimes tragic character of the movie succumbed to the pressure to profit off the sale of drugs. One other very common movie genre included cities and schools and families or military entities facing impossible odds. The moral message of all these movies was that remaining cohesive and united despite adversity led to victory. If the argument for a dispensary and the argument against one were exactly equal and each carried the precise pros and cons, a tie-breaking factor to consider could be how divisive this has been and the long-term effects it will have on a cohesive community. If we're going to survive these challenging financial times, we have to be united as a community. And we seem very divided over this one. And I don't know if it's healthy. And one last thought, you said only 2 out of 10 dispensaries suffered violent crime. That's 20% with 1 cop in town. So thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Ty Polskamp. I am a Wolverine, a Colt, a Buffalo, and currently a Bison at Gallaudet University studying to pursue a bachelor's in deaf studies. So that's my yada yada, I guess. I am also here from Amador County. I was raised in Sutter Creek. I'm a fiscal conservative, and I've done a lot of fundraising in my lifetime. The first vigil I hosted was at Amador High School, and following the September 11th attack. I was a junior in high school, and I was raised to participate in civil service. And so I'm really impressed by the fact that y'all bothered to come down here tonight. I think that's important that you're here. I hope that you can hear me because I've heard you and it's meant a lot to me. It is no wonder folks in our community often run unopposed. This is not easy, right? But when you run and are elected, you're not elected to be my moral compass. That's also important to remember. In 2017, I was hit by a car that ran the red light up in front of Walgreens. She wasn't drunk, she wasn't high, she was leaving the casino, which in and of itself is disorienting. A night of flashy lights and good food maybe, or mediocre food that's placed together, and we won't get into that. But anyway, you're right, there's a danger to driving. There's a danger to driving around those 13 corners or however you could count that. Hi guys on Zoom, thanks for listening. There's a danger to driving. And so if we have a mostly senior population who are figuring out technology.
You can choose.
Sorry for that. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. I think we all know that our community is opposed to change. Change is very difficult for us. That's something that we see regardless of what the change is. If you paint the color of your house tomorrow, people are gonna be upset. I'll say that. Doesn't matter what color you choose. Doesn't matter if it's your house or your business. Doesn't matter if you open a business or close a business. It's hard for us here. We are attached. That's not wrong, but neither is change. The idea of a thriving ghost town is a fallacy. So we have to find out ways to adapt and move forward because forward is happening regardless. Often, like we love our events out here, right? We go to the fair. We had an awesome fair this year. I like to think that our events are often feeling like a time capsule, like a living time capsule. We don't really know if it's 1972 or 1849 or 2000 something rather. But we're here together. That's a really good point, Logan. We do have to work together. The former mayor also brought about that really good point. That change is really the point of this. That's a hard part about this. It's not about whether or not people are smoking marijuana. It's the change. So as a high school student so I was there, let's see, the 4 years I was there, September 11th happened, Matthew Shepard was killed, Brandon Tina was murdered, and the Columbine shooting happened. So that was my 4 years as an academic student here at Amador High School. It was a very scary time. I was really lucky because I was the boss's kid. So while my friends were doing crank, because marijuana is not the issue, and all of the boys were drunk heading into school, like drinking and throwing cans on the way into campus. That marijuana was not the issue then and is not the issue now. And having done like 10 years of direct service to homeless people in this community, marijuana is not the issue there either. It's a lack of education, it's a lack of housing, it's a lack of support from a community that claims to be Christian. Excuse me? So again, wow, you guys, thanks for running. I'm proud of you. This is a very difficult job. It's good that you have professionals backing you up because there's a lot of really important things to weigh into this conversation. But again, you were not elected to be my moral compass. Your responsibility is for the robust success of this community. And so business is a big part of that. If we don't let new business move in, guess what? The businesses that are here decay. There's only a couple modes on earth. You're growing, you're decaying. So if we want to thrive, we got to move forward together. This has been a really interesting, I don't want to tell you how long we've been doing public comment.
Next speaker. Okay, that takes us to the appellant. The appellant has 5 minutes.
The folks who came up here and spoke today did so far more eloquently and passionately than I possibly could as their attorney representative. And what they told you, city council members, some of you whom are looking at their papers, not looking at the speakers, was that this matters to them. And I think I counted, it was over 90% of the people who spoke here today said they don't want this dispensary in their community. You are elected to represent our community. You are supposed to speak for us. You are supposed to stand for us. And when we come to you and say, we don't want this, then you are supposed to honor our wishes. You have a responsibility as our stewards. Yes, there is financial gain to be had. And no, there is not a development agreement. That is a profit sharing agreement. It's a profit sharing agreement. It's not like any other development agreement anywhere else in the state. And it's a deal with the devil. Now, some folks got up here and they expressed their religious views, and some folks don't share those. But however you do it, we can talk about it just colloquially. It's a deal with the devil. You are saying, I agree to accept money from an institution that I know causes harm. And I'm doing it because I need the money. And several people have asked you, please look into your hearts and ask yourself if that is the right decision. You have before you now in the record all the information that you need to make these decisions. You know about the countless studies that have been given to you now. Those studies they have closed the book on debate. We know now of the deleterious effects of these concentrated marijuana products on our youth and on our adults. We've heard from law enforcement who told us that they are affecting people's ability to drive on our undivided highway communities. We have heard from other law enforcement members who've said that there are dangerous crimes that are occurring because of them. We heard from a Board of Supervisors member who caught on to the fact that even if you only count those 2 dispensaries, that's 2 out of 10, that's 20%. That is unacceptable. And you've heard so many people ask you that question, say, why are you inviting into our community this vice? Why? So I hope that if you make the mistake of voting yes, when everyone out here with a narrow few exceptions has told you, we don't want it, we don't want it, we don't want it. If you do so anyway, I hope that you are able to answer to all of us at some point in the future why you chose to do so anyway. Please bear in mind, no one wants to sue the city. No one wants to bring a lawsuit. That is the last thing anyone wants. But if you don't do the proper CEQA analysis, if you don't submit the tax to the voters, if you do an end run around it to get what you want when no one wants it, you will be sued. And someone brought up that point. You've got an indemnity agreement, and I'm sure your attorneys told you about that. That may cover you. But if they do, you'd better hope they're solvent when several years down the line, you'll lose that court battle. Vote no.
Okay, now the applicant has 5 minutes.
And if we can all refrain from applause or dissent, please.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Lauren Carpenter, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Embark. I am also not a lawyer. I should feel like I should start with that caveat. I'm not a lawyer, but there are many in the room. There's the opponents of the project who have hired one, other operators who have hired many, and instead of taking a legal approach, I'm going to speak to you from my heart. First, I want to express my gratitude. I'm thankful to city staff who has spent months analyzing in great detail this project to put forward the information before you tonight. I want to thank the Planning Commission, which held a long and substantive hearing, including hearing from most of the folks in this room tonight. I want to thank the folks in this room tonight for caring enough to show up and share their perspectives, good, bad, and otherwise. And I want to thank you all as the council for this opportunity to be considered. A woman I admire very much, she famously said, when they go low, we go high. And that's the approach I'm going to take with this rebuttal this evening. I am not the devil. I am a person. I'm not a psychoactive drug peddler. I'm the leader of a team. I'm a daughter. I'm a sister. I am a mother. And I will respond tonight in that vein. First, I will start by saying I understand. This is a hard conversation and a scary one. Change is hard. Second, I will affirm that folks in this room have shared personal family traumas around substances, and those are unimaginable. And I am not here today, nor have we ever been here to undermine or try and invalidate those experiences. You will never hear that from a member of our team. Third, I want to continue to reiterate that I know trust is earned, it is not given. And as Josh said at the beginning of this evening, we hope to be afforded the opportunity to do that one day at a time. And finally, I want to quickly reiterate a few key points, many from your own staff. First, as was stated, Everyone does have the opportunity to apply. The DA includes and contemplates hundreds of cannabis-specific regulations. DAs have been used by other municipalities for many projects, including those in cannabis. This is a retail use in a building previously used by another retail business. Preventing youth access is an important conversation, one we have leaned into, one we have a track record on, and one that has been contemplated in the proposal we brought forward to this community. That the existence of a lawful business in no way means that everyone in this room must patron it. That the unusual circumstances CEQA exemption relates to anticipated changes to the physical environment, being first, cannabis retail is not a proper consideration. Cannabis, as we've heard extensively tonight and in the myriad conversations that we've had on this issue already, cannabis is already in this community. It is unregulated and it is untested. Rejecting this project doesn't do anything to change that. You have cannabis operators or attorneys arguing against CEQA exemptions in this room tonight that they themselves have used in the past on other cannabis projects. So there's a lot of misleading information that's being brought into this conversation tonight. And I really just want to bring this back and ground this in what is and isn't being proposed. We are proposing a project that we have worked transparently with this community to develop and bring forward. We have solicited feedback, first initially when this body discussed this as a concept and in 2 community listening sessions, precisely because we wanted community feedback. Josh has spoken with every member of this community that will allow him to answer questions and concerns from folks who are supportive of this project and from many who are not. That was our commitment on day one. That remains our commitment today. And that is our commitment for the lifetime of this project if selected to operate locally. Does that mean 2 minutes? 1. Whew, okay. For every study that has been raised, there is a study on the other side. For every concerned resident we've talked to, we have also talked to another resident, many of whom just don't feel comfortable coming and expressing their support publicly, given the tone and tenor of this conversation. So ultimately, where does this stand? And I think from my perspective, it stands with a commitment. We will demonstrate through action that cannabis can be the same net positive here as it is in the dozens of other
30
California
seconds.
communities that have licensed them. That may actually be the one thing me and the other operators in this room agree on. Thank you for your time and your consideration this evening. I know this has not been an easy conversation to have, and we look forward to answering any questions.
Okay, that's it for the public hearing. Derek, do we need a motion to close the
Yeah,
public
I
hearing?
would recommend, given the formality, that you take a motion and do that.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second. There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 And we'll take a quick recess. Welcome back, everyone. That brings the meeting back to the city council. So what I propose, guys, is we run through the table. We'll start with Dan, ask some questions, make some comments after everything we've heard and after everything we've researched. Take 5-10 minutes apiece and go through the table so we all have a shot. If we need to do that again, we'll do that again. After a series of questions, we'll do a 5-minute-ish kind of summary of where we sit, and then we'll take it from there. We'll see if we need to have more discussion, questions, or anything else. How's that sound?
Would you like our discussions, responses or reactions within the first set of questions?
No, we'll ask questions. So these questions, we can call up the applicant, the appellant, we can ask questions of staff, we can call up any of these people that spoke before, just to, if there's a couple of things unsettled in our minds, we'll do a couple rounds of that before we have our summation.
Okay. Thank you.
Dan, can we start with you for the questions? And then when we do the summary, we'll go the other way around the table and start with Susan.
Sure thing. Sure thing. Want to thank everybody for their comments, but so Jim, to your report, first of all, I want to just appreciate I want to appreciate Jim's report and his recommendation to the city, because I know it's coming from a place of deep concern for the city of Sutter Creek and the safety of everybody. I share that concern. So I noticed that you made a recommendation that would pretty much increase the size of the force by maybe 50% or something like that. And I wondered, is that something that you see as like a day one deal, or are you thinking we watch and see, or what are your thoughts on that, Jim?
I think that if this is approved, from day one, we should have 2 police officers on duty at one time. And my proposal to council is that would bring us to 2 police officers on all the time. So
2 police officers on duty all the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when I studied the crime rates and things like that, I'm not seeing, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of the studies are indicating, yep, the crime rate is going up. And a lot of them, I think somebody else said this earlier, some indicate otherwise. And it seemed that way with a lot of the studies that I read. So to embark, let me ask you guys a question. In the cities where you provide this service and that kind of thing, what kind of input have you gotten regarding crime rates from your local police departments in terms of increased crime, and what are you seeing out there? I'll just say, you know, and I'll talk more about this later. I talk to a lot of those people out there too, but I'm wondering what have you heard? You're the ones getting the.
So I think if you look back to the retail, crime rings that were really prevalent in the 2020, 2021 era, that was a challenging time for all retail businesses. Since then, laws have changed substantially where retail theft is now, a crime again, which I think is really, helpful. So we haven't experienced any issues, of any magnitude since that point in time. So we haven't experienced the level. We operate 19 stores throughout California. The chief cited a couple of incidents that happened in that 2021 range. And since that time, we have not experienced those issues.
Did you change something about your security stuff based on what happened early on? I mean, in terms of, lessons learned or something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. We worked alongside the Martinez Police Department, and we are the fundamental basis of our security plans is crime prevention through environmental design. So working alongside the Martinez, which means target hardening, fortifying the premises, making it look like a palace but function like a fortress. So we implemented a lot of technology since those incidents. So alongside the Martinez Police Department, we implemented analytical cameras and talk-down features, as well as roving patrols. So the analytical talk-down features and the roving patrols served as a check and balance against one another. So as an example, at night, if the roving patrol did not come, the analytical camera company would know. They're 2 different companies too, so we eliminate the chance of one company giving false reporting. So basically, we use analytical cameras at night, and when we have one of the after hours security companies come by, that triggers the analytical camera company, and vice versa. If we have a patrol go by and it doesn't trigger the analytical cameras, then we know that we had a failure. We haven't had any failure rate since we started to implement that, and that's been something that has reduced any sort of after hours loitering or any attempts on the business. And I believe we shared one example of that in Redwood City with the chief, where the talk down feature successfully thwarted some folks who were loitering there that looked like they were up to no good.
Thank you. So in Woodland specifically, I talked to Detective Ruben Escobar, the head of cannabis enforcement. And he told me that initially the city had required you to have 24-hour security there. And then they backed off that. And I don't remember exactly why that was. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so it was the exact experience we had in the city of Martinez. So by using technology instead of humans, it's actually, it's a more foolproof system. After hours guards, typically under California labor laws, et cetera, they nap. They're just not the best caliber of guards. So we use technology instead. So we have the analytical camera system that has a central command that is monitored by BSIS security agents that are constantly monitoring. And if there's, they're working on standard labor law practices. So there's never a break point where there's not somebody attending the cameras. And the technology is also there to assist that picks up any sort of motion. And it can tell the difference between a paper bag blowing by or a human walking by. So the experience in Woodland and working with Detective Escobar, we use the same practices that we successfully implemented in Martinez and applied that in Woodland. And all of these security plans are living, breathing documents. So we work alongside the police department. We have regular check-ins in every community where we operate, and we adapt based on some of the trends that they're seeing. And we share information back and forth. And I would actually say that our business is more responsible for helping solve crimes. As an example, in Woodland, in Fairfield, we use a system there that's also assisted the police department in solving about 40 different crimes that have happened as folks were driving by. In Tahoe, we have cameras that help solve bike thefts, which happen very regularly at Tahoe Tom's next door. So they come over because we have the best possible footage. They use that, and it helps them solve crimes.
So,
and if I could, Councilmember Reardon, to answer your question very directly, we often say that the regulatory ecosystem in which a cannabis industry takes place matters to outcomes, and the operator matters to outcomes. So to that point, we very specifically like to evaluate our own operational systems to see how well we're doing and iterate and improve. And to that end, we consistently hear reported from police chiefs everywhere we operate that our operations don't increase crime, and in many cases actually reduce local crime in the immediate vicinity around our store because of the technology solutions that Dustin mentioned. And to Lauren's point, dispensaries in general have the same effect.
okay. How do you go about working with the chief in the ongoing? How do you guys keep him aware of what's going on so that he can have input? And
Well, I think this process is a testament to that because in many ways, we're here and assessing some of his input. So I think it's through regular and ongoing communication. So he is obviously, as part of our proposal, we've included a security plan. That security plan has been reviewed. There have been discussions around that plan. He has voiced, concerns and observations this evening, which I think in a lot of ways is a testament to communication. And then as part of our operations, we have regular check-ins. Each police department is different in terms of who they want that to be with and the frequency, but that would just be through regular communication.
okay. Am I within my 5 or 10 minutes? I got a couple more questions before I pass it on.
Sounds like I might need to pass the
You doing
microphone.
okay?
Let him do it. I'll be heard.
All right. So, crime, we've been talking about crime and that kind of thing. The other huge issue is the impact to kids potentially. Because if that happens consistently, I'm not okay with that. And again, the studies that I looked at, some of them said it did, some of them said it didn't. So once again, I'm just going to ask you to share your experience with regards to that, with your people that you work with, specifically people who are working with kids in these locations, school kids and, that kind of thing.
Dan, excuse me, do you mean with regard to the incidence of marijuana use increasing
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
around a
Yeah, thank you
dispensary?
for clarifying that. Just, is that,
So that is not our experience. I think there are a lot of misconceptions around cannabis access and dispensaries. I think as every cannabis operator in this room would attest to, the state has developed robust regulations that ensure youth are not accessing these facilities. I think there's been a lot of discussion separately, though, this evening and in other hearings around youth accessing legal products on a secondary market. The fact of the matter is I think maybe as a city manager, someone walked you through the pretty extensive fees and taxes associated with legal cannabis. So the fact of the matter is legal cannabis is significantly more expensive by virtue of all of those things than what is available on the illicit market. So it's just not a common practice that we're seeing licensed cannabis products sort of flooding youth areas, in large part by virtue of access issues and cost deterrence. I think the other part of that is, well, actually, there have been a number of, to your point, there have also been a number of studies that have assessed cannabis use in states that have had legal cannabis for years, many of which have found that youth use of cannabis decreases in areas that have legalized cannabis.
yeah, that's the confusing part, is that you hear both. And
I think that, candidly, that's some of the trouble with these conversations is while cannabis has been in our communities for generations, for lifetimes, licensed cannabis is still an emerging market. And so we just don't have 50 years or 60 years of study and analysis to affirm each of these things. So it's a little bit of an art and a science for me. And in that I think have to share anecdotal experience from the communities where we operate. And I will share that that is not a concern. It is also, though, why we put such emphasis on youth drug education and prevention work, because we know, irrespective of whether this is an avenue for youth access, we know that that is a concern for communities, and therefore we feel it's important to be participatory in trying to address that.
And just to add to that, tonight, I found it interesting as we're sitting here, there's pamphlets being handed out about, does your child know the difference between marijuana infused edibles? Edibles without clear labeling or homemade edibles can be especially dangerous for young children. We completely agree. Legal cannabis is what combats that because it is all labeled. It's childproof. It is more expensive than any of the illicit products. So the idea that folks are buying legal cannabis and then reselling it to children is just, it's just not true. What ends up happening is if you look at youth rates of consumption, what you start to see is that areas that don't have legal cannabis actually have a proliferation of youth access and health related issues. One of the planning commissioners had mentioned at the last hearing that she's an emergency room nurse and described what that experience looks like. Separate and apart from that, if you look in 2021 and 2022, there was a rise of vaping epidemic where people were getting really sick from infused products that weren't safe. If you look at where that epidemic broke out, it was in the cannabis deserts in California. So, I think that this is also something that, track and trace is really important. So unlike the unlicensed market, every single product that enters the licensed supply chain has to be tracked from seed to sale. We are accountable for every product that comes through our door. If there's diversion, if there's discrepancies, that is automatically reportable under the conditions of the development agreement and the robust California regulations. And in fact, if those products make it into the hands of kids, those unique batch IDs can be traced back to the store it was purchased. So legal cannabis is the best possible way to combat youth access. And that is our lived experience.
I appreciate your input, Julia.
Thank you, and thank you, everybody, for coming, participating. Is that better? I'm not, I share Jim's kind of feeling towards, I'm not a numbers person, but when it comes to looking at the business plan that Embark submitted in their packet and looking at the operating expenses, I'm seeing big jump from year 2 to 3 in terms of operating costs because of adding deliveries. That's a fair assumption? Okay. So I noticed that there was a 31% increase in employee compensation from year 2 to 3 when that would take place. There was a 29% increase in advertising and promotions. And yet, in overhead items such as repairs, insurance, vehicles, training, uniforms, supplies, it is only a mere 3%. So would like to hear your response or comment why there is not equitable increase in these overhead costs, daily overhead costs, which could affect your gross profit amounts and in what you presented. And there could be an appearance of, with those underestimating and those profit margins diminished, would actually result in diminished return to the city.
So you would be great on our finance team. I would say.
Oh,
that
no, I won't
I'm
tell you
joking.
how I balance my check.
Yeah, no, but I was going to say, so those costs are burdened in the first 2 years of operations, the actual capital expenditures, those are planned early, so they're not layered on at a later date.
So insurance, vehicles, supplies, training, custodial costs.
So those
remain the same for 5 years, according to your chart. And that doesn't seem reasonable.
So the way that our company works is the store has a profit and loss statement, and then our corporate we call it global, provides a lot of those back end services. So those are baked into not the 4-wall economics you're seeing. Those are baked into our additional corporate overhead.
But they're, okay. That's.
So what I'm saying is that they're factored into our corporate expense, not the store level expense. But when you're talking about vehicles, what I was speaking to directly there was that those are purchased in advance of year 3. So that's why you're not seeing a substantial jump. Those are burdened into the profit and loss early. We're very conservative. We built this business without ever.
But there's no, what I'm getting at is there's no increases from year 1 to year 5 in those overhead categories.
No, I understand that. What I'm saying is that they're factored in from year 1. So we heavily burden the P&L, and then separate and apart from that, a lot of the corporate expenses live at the global level.
Okay. The second question I have is related to the timeline of this entire process. We were given the proposal at our February 17th city council meeting with the discussion and vote whether to continue. And Tom, I went back into our minutes and Tom said that we've been working on this at the end of the year, the end of 2025. In your rebuttal letter, there are 3 references to working on a proposed contract and an engagement with the city of Sutter Creek for the last year, which would put us back to July, August 2025. So I would like to know 3 things. The description of the contact that happened while we were given information that you contacted Sutter Creek at the end of the year, say December, and yet there are 3 references where you were engaged with the city since July.
Well, I absolutely appreciate the opportunity to provide clarification there from our letter. We were referencing the process internally. It took our team to come to this point today. We have been evaluating this market for well over a year at this point, and that is the honest truth. These two, Dustin and Lauren, can attest. We had an initial conversation internally with our team where I said, hey, I love what we're doing around the state and I would love to bring it to my hometown. They said, sure, let's check it out. We checked it out for an extensive period of time. The first contact that was made with the city, I think, Councilmember Stark, I'd have to double check my email, but you might have been the very first that received an email from me proposing a meeting to discuss this proposal in more depth. That initial outreach happened in December of 2025. I believe the first actual conversation resulting from one of those emails happened in January 2026, which preceded the hearing that you referenced in February 2026. From there, we took time to identify a property and then put together a fulsome application for the city's review. That was submitted, I believe, in March. And then from there, a matter of public record is the timeline.
Julie, I saw the same thing and I had the same concern.
Yeah.
So I thought, wait a minute, this thing supposedly started on this date, but the report made it sound like stuff was going on prior to that.
That's a major concern for me.
Yeah.
Because, yes. The last question I have is the Sutter Creek Responsible and Compliant LLC. Can you describe that? And is there local representation in that LLC?
Repeat the question.
If you could describe kind of the identity, purpose of the Sutter Creek Responsible and Compliant LLC, who is involved, and is there, from what I understand, there's usually a local person involved in this type of agency? And is that
So
present
that
here?
the advisory board is different from the LLC itself.
Correct,
And my
correct.
attorney who filed this is up here. So it's a special purpose entity to hold this license that is controlled, managed, and directed by myself and my wife, Lauren, our CEO.
Okay, so there's no local representation in this Responsible and Compliant LLC? There's no local source?
The community advisory board is entirely local and it's conditioned in the development agreement.
And so is that the other name for the Sutter Creek Responsible and Compliant?
No, that is just that's a legal entity that holds a license. That's all it is. So it's
Okay.
like, when you file your taxes, you file probably with your social security number for the purposes of filing taxes. This has an EIN that files taxes. So that is just the entity that holds the license rather than at an individual level. Separate and apart from that, though, all of the community work we do is through a community advisory board, which is in the development agreement and includes local representation from Sutter Creek. That's the group that allocates and directs the 1% of the funds.
Correct. That's all for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Don't go too far. But you have a break for a second. Um, my first point is a comment, not a question. If we do move to adopt the development agreement, I propose striking section 8.11. That's the section that commits money from the community fund towards cameras for police. The council has not approved smart cameras in the city, and for that reason, we recently removed it from our own budget. If we do decide to proceed with cameras, I don't think the community benefit fund is the appropriate funding source. If the project is approved, the retail fees are going to go into the general fund, and that should cover the expense. I think the community benefit fund is unique and specific to the youth education part, and then to be put in the hands of the community where we do some of our best work. So if we get to that point, that's a suggestion I'm making. I do have two public safety questions for Embark. Chief O'Connell and District Attorney Reeby's reports or letters attribute dispensaries' high crime risks largely to their cash-intensive operations due to federal banking regulations. Can you please briefly explain how Embark handles cash and credit cards in its retail operations?
Yeah, I think it's a common misunderstanding that banking is not allowed in cannabis. Banking is just challenging in cannabis. So the IRS and FinCEN actually regulates cannabis-related banking. And there's a set of regulations that requires financial institutions that bank with cannabis to follow extensive protocols and procedures. Similar to the state's track and trace program that has to track cannabis from seed to sale, banks have to be able to track the money from seed to sale. So the KYC AML processes that are in place are robust. So we're fully banked. We are largely a cashless business because most of our transactions, a large majority of our transactions happen online. People pay online through ACH or cashless debit is what it's called. That's a compliant way to transact in the cannabis industry. And those payments happen before the person ever enters the dispensary. So by offering these cashless payment options, we're able to mitigate the amount of cash that we carry as a company. And in fact, we work with an armored car company that does revolving cycles to move cash off site. We never allow any cash to accumulate of any significance on site to mitigate that same risk. And further, as the cannabis rescheduling process that's taken place at the federal level that has now reclassified medical cannabis, we believe will likely apply to adult use cannabis. And that will mean that we can go to full electronic payments, including credit cards.
Chief O'Connell's staff report asks us to consider the possibility of organized armed attack involving multiple perpetrators. And I don't want to minimize that risk, but it raises important questions to me about the expectations. We need to distinguish between a possible risk and the response that we assume will follow that risk. Our local history includes multiple bank robberies in Sutter Creek and Plymouth, including incidents with firearms, and some of them had multiple suspects. In the incidents I reviewed, local officers responded with additional law enforcement resources and did not engage the perpetrators in armed confrontation. In most cases, the suspects had fled or the officers contained the incident and conducted the investigation. So my question is for Embark. What is your expectation of law enforcement if one of these incidents were to occur here?
That's a great question, and we've talked to the chief extensively about our philosophy on crime against, property crime versus crimes against persons. So we don't have overnight guards in our facilities, in the majority of our facilities, because we believe that creates a hostage scenario, and that really elevates the level of service required. We're fully insured. If somebody is going to break into our business and get a minimal amount of product in cash, that's all they're going to walk away with. Most of the police chiefs that I talked to, going back to my Martinez example, they're more concerned about, Verizon stores than they are dispensaries from the value of the goods that can be stolen. So for us, our expectation is not to engage, in that manner. In the conversations we've had with the chief, we've really articulated our desire to make sure that knock on wood, during business hours, we've not had any issues. The things that typically happen overnight. That's really when you start to see these types of crimes. But if you don't have a human in the building, you're in a situation where it's a property crime and the response is fundamentally different. At that point, we're documenting for insurance purposes.
Do you want to move on?
Yeah. Derek, my question is for you to answer all of the legal questions that have been brought up tonight, please. Good thing you had that fight our expert. Because, you know, there were some deep concerns and I mean, I can't vote on any of them without knowing all of those answers.
Sure. Well, let me start to the folks that are, I would say, the competitor questions. So there were few council that, you know, represented competitive interests. Again, I repeat what I said before, you're not required to provide any competitive process or lottery process. You can choose to contract with one provider. The reason I feel that way is, again, because of the all we have to show is a constitutional basis, and that basis is simply to identify a rational basis, which according to court cases is any conceivable basis. And we have outlined, if you read the ordinance, the amendment to Title 18, and we could talk about this further, I wrote very specific findings about why we have the space only for one operation. And a lot of that is what you heard from Chief and what you heard from staff. To develop the type of cannabis program that some of the competitors are mentioning is probably a year-long process. And it would probably require an RFP by us to get a consultant to do the process, and you'd be shelling out money. This group right here is your land use group, the three of us, your city manager, your planner, and myself. I have worked with a city, a large city that has the ability to do things like that. And they hired special counsel, and they hired a consultant, developed a cannabis program, wrote an extensive set of regulations. Mr. Molinelli is right. There are a lot of regulations that get developed. If that's something this council wants, we can certainly do that. It's just a time commitment, a resource commitment, and a money commitment, because you're going to have to get outside counsel. So the idea that we have to do that is not correct. But can we do that? Yes. But if we do that, we're slowing this process down. And I mentioned, you know, we are bringing Gold Rush back at some point here shortly. We have a short-term rental ordinance that you've directed us to prepare. There are other uses coming up. And so the three of us here, we're tapped out. So that was one question I heard from the cannabis providers, the competitor providers. Again, the set of regulations, I agree with Mr. Molinelli. We don't have those. That doesn't mean we must have those. We have requirements to comply with law, comply with our zoning code, comply with all of our land use ordinances. That is what a development agreement typically requires. And so I feel like we do have adequate protections here. And there are very robust demands that this operator will have to meet. This is a very lengthy and in my opinion, very voluminous development agreement. It rivals many of the development agreements I have seen as a city attorney in my nearly 20 plus years as a city attorney. Could we have more? Yes. If we were, again, to go back and develop this really robust cannabis program where we take a year to develop it, and then we have a lottery process, or we have a RFP process, we probably could get some of the things that the other operators mentioned. We might get more money. We might get better teeth. We might get more. But just recognize that to get that, to get those benefits, we have to do the work. And that's many months and a lot of upfront money to do the work. If you want to do that, staff can be directed to do that. I don't want to discourage you. I'm just saying that I've been your city attorney for 16 years. I've worked with some big cities. The biggest city I've worked with as a city attorney has a population of 120,000. we can do a lot more with that volume. There is an economy of scale that we can achieve when you're that big. We have to do things a little differently here as a small city. Now, the good thing is you have this. You don't get this vibe that you see tonight that we've seen in the 16 years I've done this, where a community comes together and works through some really difficult and emotional issues. So the trade-off is you get something really beautiful in that we have this type of forum and this type of input, because the big cities I have a lot of battles, and so anyway, so that's what I've heard from the cannabis. The opposition to the residents. First of all, we're not dealing with Proposition 218. We are dealing with Proposition 26. They're two different initiatives. I understand there's some relation, but I've walked through the exception language that applies to development agreements is very clear. There is no limitation on we can't limit. We have to match the benefit that we charge to someone else to the cost of doing business. That's and I litigate Proposition 26 cases, and so it's hard for me to remove myself from the very technical wonky dialogue, but I'm confident that Proposition 26 is not an obstacle. What else did I hear? Second, well, first of all, this is a development agreement. I heard an argument that this is not a development agreement. That's like, I don't know where that's coming from, because this document is a development agreement. It has all of the particulars that I've seen for my 20 plus years doing this. And this is a physical site. This is a retail land use, and it is about land use impacts. So I don't know the idea that this is just, something other than a development agreement. I don't know where that's coming from, because it is absolutely a development agreement. And what is happening is both sides are getting something in the law that we call consideration, meaning you've heard, yes, the operator is getting a very long-term deal here, that there's a 5-year deal, but it can be extended several times, and it's an administrative extension, which is pretty common with development agreements. We don't have to come back to council every 5 years, but in exchange, we are getting the community benefit. That's the bargain. Developers who have land use applications, they get to have these long-term, they lock in these long-term rights, but in exchange, they have to give community benefits to the cities or the counties that they work with. It's a two-way process. Both sides get something out of this. And so, yes, this developer is getting a lot out of this, and they're paying the city for that. That is by definition a development agreement. And again, the value is what we call in the law consideration, meaning both sides are getting something. The CEQA arguments, and we'll get to this because it's the first item you're going to address. Your staff report outlines in detail staff's analysis of this, and staff has given you detailed analysis of how the vehicle miles traveled will be reduced. So vehicle miles traveled is a significant concept. The law changed. We used to go in CEQA, going back many years, to what's called a level of service. We would have it's kind of like in school. We'd have, grade A all the way down to F. And an F means a terrible, the worst you can have. And A, of course, is the best. That regime that sort of regulatory and analytical regime is no longer what we use. We look at vehicle miles traveled, which is, as its name implied, we look at the totality of how many vehicle trips and how far they go. And staff has presented something that shows in detail how vehicle mile traveled will go down. And so the net effect of this site, when you look at all of the impacts, not just, look at it very localized, not just chop it up into pieces, but look at it holistically, is it goes down. Now, we did get a traffic analysis, and I thought, there was some criticism of how staff responded. I thought our planner was very clear. There's value in this report. We're not poo-pooing this report. We're not saying it's wrong or bad. What we're saying is it doesn't analyze things necessarily the way they would need to be a true CEQA analysis. This looks more like a land use analysis than a CEQA analysis, and it doesn't address vehicle miles traveled. That doesn't mean there aren't things that we can, glean from it. But, we're going to get to this in a moment when you start deliberating, but that's the factual dispute. And I mentioned earlier today, you guys basically are being judges tonight. You're not wearing a robe. Only one of you has a gavel, but you are deciding a factual question, which is much of what judges do. And when they're in court, they don't just decide legal questions, they decide factual questions. And that's what you're being asked to do tonight. And I'll deal with that further. I have a tendency to just go on, but are there any other specific questions, Councilmember Feist, that you remember?
That answers my questions. Thank you. And then my next question is for you, Jim, and thank you so much for your consideration of this. And I know we all are so thankful to live in this town and to be so safe. And I know that none of us up here want to put anyone at risk. I'm just thinking though, with regard to the towns you were referencing, I mean, Oakland, Berkeley, Tracy, Martinez don't seem super equatable to me. I mean, you can't really even leave your wallet in your car in Oakland or Berkeley, or really even your sunglasses. And then like here on average, I'm seeing Oakland has 63 thefts a day, 70 with robbery, and then year to date, that was 2025, and then year to date, 49 thefts a day, 54 if you add with robbery. And then I'm seeing too, like I looked at Calaveras and El Dorado County with regard to marijuana crime, because I mean, every one of us in the room, this is a concern for us, and we don't want to bring anything here that's going to make it more dangerous, because that is why we feel so blessed to be here. I think probably we all agree with that at the very least. And thank you everyone for being here and staying so late and caring, because I think that's why I came here. That's why I got out of the city. I'm not looking to make this the city. But so what I'm seeing with regard to Calaveras and El Dorado County is that almost all the crime is looks like it's around grows, like the farming rather than the selling of it. And it looks to me like all of the violent crime is related to illegal grows.
Not true.
So do you have you think in Calaveras, El Dorado that you've seen?
No, in general in California, if I can.
No,
Go ahead.
but I'm talking about like applicable. I'm just like wondering, do you feel like, and I know you're an expert on this, but with regard to would you say Calaveras and El Dorado are equatable to what we're dealing with?
In the state or here in Sutter Creek?
Our situation. Yeah, I'm just not seeing any crime in the rural foothill communities that are having dispensaries. So I'm wondering where, like, when we're addressing your thought with regard to needing to add a police officer per shift, like if you think we're more at risk than Calaveras or El Dorado.
I don't know if we're more at risk or less. I don't know too much about Calaveras. I've learned a little bit, but not enough to really speak intelligently on it. I can tell you this. My job is to talk about risk management. And this is going to be a long-winded answer, but the mayor didn't let me pipe in when she asked questions of Embark, nor did Dan, so I'm going to answer all of them with you. Our risk profile goes up substantially. That's the truth, in my opinion, and that's 39 years of doing this. Doesn't mean something's going to happen for sure. I can't say it's going to happen next Thursday. I hope it never happens at all, but my job is to prepare this police department and protect the city when it does. That's why we wear seatbelts. We don't just drive around without seatbelts because we might get hurt. So we're trying to put a seatbelt on the city so we can be safe. To go back to your first question, there are a lot of possibilities. People have cars, and I mentioned in my staff report, and it's available, widely online. some of these groups that come out to do these crimes, they're mobile, they have cars, they steal cars, they're organized, and we're susceptible to them coming out here just as Tracy is, just as Martinez, just as Sacramento, which is right down the road. We're not immune. We don't have a protective shield around our city. And my job is to make us as safe as possible. That's what my recommendation in the staff report does. It makes us as safe as possible. Because if we had an Embark, any dispensary, I'm not going to point at Embark, any dispensary in town right now, other than me being on duty, it'd be her. And she'd respond on her own. And we would hope with all of our hearts that the Sheriff's Department or Jackson PD or Highway Patrol would be there to help. As I mentioned earlier, we rely and provide mutual aid often, a couple times a day, but it's not guaranteed. So having that extra officer here, and it's costly, I understand that, but that guarantees that we're able to protect the citizens. We're also able to protect the officers. There's a distinction for me, and this goes, Dan, you didn't let me finish. You just walked right on by me there with my answer. There's a distinction between retail crime and violent crime. And my concern is the violent crime. They address very well the retail stuff. There are ways to mitigate some of that crime. The talk down cameras are cool. I've seen it. I've also seen it where it doesn't work at all. I put a couple links in my staff report where it showed, one of them showed a talk down camera. I don't think it was this vendor's, but it did not deter anybody from doing anything. And we need to make sure we have the best safety profile possible. And if I can leave with anything, it's going to be your decision. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not suggesting anything other than telling you, if you decide this is my opinion as to what will make us as safe as possible. And I'm always mindful of our pennies, and I've been here 10 years. And so I hope when I tell you I think about the money, you believe me, because I do care about it and I do think about it. So, and Dan, I was kind of smirking at you because we're friends.
No worries.
Okay. And I hope that answered everything. Thank you for letting me say that.
Dan?
Let's see. I'm going to circle back to a couple of things. Back to CEQA for a minute. So whether or not it's exempt from CEQA or not, so regardless of that, what about these potential, traffic issues that we're hearing about? Is Embark not concerned about what you're hearing in terms of what's going to happen up there? Did you guys, what kind of studies do you do to determine you've got adequate parking and all that kind of stuff?
I mean, we follow the same logic that your planning staff has followed. I think that the analysis that was provided, that was very thorough by your own staff, and we concur with it. We also believe, I'll give you an example. The city of Alameda.
Please stop talking in the audience.
So the city of Alameda, just as an example, we're in a retail corridor. That store has 0 parking spaces. We still see, 200 plus people a day there. That was the letter that we got from the West Alameda Business Association that was read into the record tonight.
Oh,
that's the association that oversees us. We were in a blighted block and we came in. Now every vacancy is filled. We have done nothing but have a positive impact on the neighbors. Parking traffic is not something that's materialized at any of our locations. We have some stores that, do $20 million in revenue that have the same amount of parking spaces as this site. And that's 1,000 people a day. So, for us, the last thing that we want to do is invest millions of dollars into this project, only to the point that was made by the city manager a few months in, if we're not, or within the first year of the pilot program, if we don't do what we say we're going to do, we're out. I mean, that we're putting our money where our mouth is, and our confidence in this particular site and how it will function for our business, and not just our business, how it will function for our neighbors and for the community. So we feel very confident in the staff's analysis, and we believe that we have ample parking and ingress and egress.
I think the only other thing I'd add is that our model as a business is foundationally set up to prevent congestion, either in the store or around the store. That's buy online, pick up in store protocols, which Dustin has talked about. That's ensuring that for customers that are shopping in store, we can move them through quickly with an efficient process that still provides them the quality and education they need to make an informed decision about their purchase. But we're not keeping people on site, which means there aren't vehicles constantly traveling in and out. There is a limited amount of customers on site at any one time, and such that you know, the amount of folks that use the ATM, and I'm not a traffic planner or an engineer here who could make a statement positive on this, but akin to the use type that was there prior. And as someone who traveled that intersection every day of my life for nearly 20 years, I can say that, you know, the 30-second wait is something that, you know, we don't anticipate meaningful increase.
This question is to anybody who can answer it. Where did that other traffic study come from today? It showed up this morning at some point.
I believe.
Was it from the county?
The gentleman from the county hired somebody. I don't know.
Was
if
that Glenn?
Yeah, I don't know if the county paid for that.
Can I
or
ask Glenn a
maybe he
question?
can- Yeah.
You'll have to excuse me, I'm a bit exhausted at this point.
Yeah. So Glenn, a couple of things. I wasn't at that first meeting you had with the Board of Supervisors where you introduced your concern about this project and their willingness to sign up and say, no, we oppose this.
Yes.
But I remember at that meeting that Pat Crew made a point of pointing out that the county doesn't get involved in land use issues. You have been to 5 or 6 of our meetings or something and sent multiple letters, and you sent this thing this morning. So I'm wondering, did the county direct you to do that? And did they pay for the study?
Yes. Well, first of all, I'd like to clarify. So the board unanimously opposed this and directed me to object and to
Directed
oppose
you
it.
to write a letter.
To oppose it, to appear here, to take whatever action is necessary. Logan in particular said, unleash him. So let me speak directly about the traffic study. So the county has a grant from the federal government for $240,000 for a planning document to address safety issues throughout the county. And so this is just simply part of that grant. And this is just one of the issues that the county is studying.
You mean coincidentally to tonight's meeting?
Excuse me?
The traffic study being released this morning is coincidental to tonight's meeting? You weren't directed to do it as part of this thing? I'm wondering what the county's participation is in this deal based on Pat Crew's initial counsel to not get involved in the city's land use issues.
So the county adopted a contract for that grant, and there's a committee that directs how the grant is going to be spent, and how the planning or how the traffic consultant is to provide their work. And the committee directed the consultant to prepare this traffic study.
Thank you.
Yes.
So you're saying prior to this, it wasn't a priority for the county to consider Sutter Creek land use, and after you received the grant, Logan directed you to then look into the way that we use our land?
No, Logan didn't direct me to do anything.
I think you said
You
that.
just said that Logan said unleash him.
Yeah,
was-
you
I was
did.
referring to the comments that were made in the board. Basically, the board made an ultimate decision, and the board directed me to do one thing. And and the city council, same way, may make individual comments throughout, but at the end of the day, the city council makes a direction. And the same thing with the board. Board members will make comments, and then at the end of the item, the board directed me to oppose this project.
I listened to that meeting. I wasn't there, but in the board decision, which was on the record, same rules we have, was to direct you to write a letter in opposition of the project. That's what I heard. That was the motion. That was the board decision. Since then, there's been multiple letters. There's been multiple appearances. So to follow up on Dan, I guess I'm asking you, does the Board of Supervisors, did they direct that, how much money did this traffic study that I got it at 3:00 this afternoon? I don't know about the rest of you. How much money of that $230,000 grant? Sorry?
$240,000 grant.
How much money of that grant was directed and by whom to focus on this specific project in Sutter Creek, not in the county's jurisdiction?
So I believe it was $17,000 for this traffic study.
Wow.
For this traffic report. The goal with the $240,000 is to, at the end of the day, have a planning document that studies approximately 10 safety issues throughout the county. That's the ultimate goal.
Yeah. Thank you.
I just want to, oh, are you?
I got one more. if it's
Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
But can I just?
Oh, you want to ask him since he's up
subject?
there? Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I just want to make sure I understand. So per Dan, what you heard from Pat Grew, land use in Sutter Creek was not a priority for the county.
No, in fact, he said that's not our business.
Okay, so once you got this grant, you guys changed your tact and decided this was a priority, I guess.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the county directed me to oppose this project. And so-
Dealing with land from a perspective of the way that we were using the land.
Well, the ultimate issue for the county is that there's absolutely no mitigation. So the county will ultimately decide whether to pursue litigation, whether to take this to the next step. My goal is to set this up to the best ability possible.
Okay.
When you say no mitigation, the what's the tax benefit that goes to the county?
Well, yeah, the county gets sales tax, but again, the way I read the report is there's existing safety issues at this intersection with no project. And so, like I said, the end of the report recommended a corridor access management study. And if the county wants to help do that, again, it's a Caltrans. There's a very narrow section that's a city section and the county.
Right.
What I was trying to say earlier is if they have grant money and we can study improving that corridor as a planning exercise, why not? It has nothing to do with this project.
Right.
If it's an existing condition, they identified that it's unsafe for pedestrians, it's unsafe for bikes. That's all today.
Thanks. Susan, okay to let him go? Thank you, Glenn.
Sure, thank you.
My other question had to do back to the kids, the youth of the county. So one of the people I spoke with was a woman named Jude Wood, who's the executive director of the Boys and Girls Club in Tahoe, South Tahoe. And she was concerned about the potential for additional utilization by kids. So she told me she did some kind of study and determined that it wasn't happening. I said, well, why do you think that? And I didn't get into the nuts and bolts of the study. But she did say she thought one of the reasons was because of the educational opportunities that Embark is funding up there. And so Embark, I think it's important to say a little bit more about what that program is and how, in fact, it's modifying, if it is, behavior for kids. Because today, I'm not impressed with what the school district offers or the county or anybody else in terms of drug or alcohol prevention. And so that's one of the reasons I'm very interested in this project, because if we can do that as a city, I like that idea.
I appreciate the question. The program that we prioritize in communities we serve, and obviously the 1% fund is truly allocated by that board. We don't have much say in it. And that means that occasionally there's a deviation from our kind of flagship prioritization or the program that we prioritize. But the program that we prioritize in 90% of communities we operate in, rough estimate, is the Botvin Life Skills Curriculum. It is an accredited youth drug education and prevention program that focuses on healthy decision-making, both from a psychological, sociological, bare educational perspective, providing students with the tools they need to make healthy choices. We have had a tremendous success with this program, and it's not something we deliver. We serve as a fiscal agent through the Community Advisory Board for organizations that are already serving youth to onboard this curriculum, and then we provide wraparound funding for the actual delivery of the instruction.
Do you coordinate with the local school district to deliver it, or Is that how it happens? or-
You know, case by case basis.
Okay.
The Boys and Girls Clubs have been phenomenal partners to us
Okay.
in many of the jurisdictions we operate in. In the city of Fresno, all 24 clubs in Fresno County have the Botvin curriculum as a core part of their instructional material because of the contributions the Fresno Community Advisory Board made. But in Tahoe, for example, that project has gone a lot further. We started with just the Boys and Girls Club. Eventually, working with the Boys and Girls Club allowed us to incorporate that curriculum into the Friday Night Lights program. I don't know if they're still doing that here, but they did when I was here. And then through the Friday Night Lights program and the kind of validity that was gleaned through the curriculum's delivery in that forum, it expanded out into traditional classroom education in the South Lake Tahoe School District.
Thanks, Julia. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I want to go back real quick to my questions on the budget and the business plan and the mere 3% increase from year 2 to 3 when you're planning the transition into making deliveries. My concern is safety of the deliverer, safety of those in the area as any delivery vehicle comes in and out, training of a delivery person, especially if they're going to be hired locally. I still am having a difficult time understanding how you can achieve your safety and security standards with only a 3% increase over 5 years.
So
And adding, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
and adding those additional services and staff. How do you reconcile that?
So I don't think I was clear with my original answer, so I'm going to try to just break this down. I'm not a finance or an accounting person, but I'm going to just try to make this as rudimentary as possible. Our budget incorporates all of our burden costs from day one. Even though we're not doing delivery, we've baked that into our expense model because we take a very conservative approach to expensing. The 3% increases you're seeing are cost of living adjustments. So that's not, so our budget is in totality what it will be from year 0 through year 5. So this idea that delivery gets turned on in year 3 seems to be creating some consternation around not seeing a jump in expenses. What I'm saying is that is burdened over the totality of the pro forma, and that the increases you're seeing are just standard kind of cost of living adjustments. And we factor
But it's
those-
not consistent with the rest of the reporting in that chart that shows regular increases. That's
which
my
part is
issue.
not, but I'm
The
looking at the
employee
budget, so-
expenses, the 31% employee compensation from year 2 and 3, 29% in advertising and promotion. If there's any two things that should be, locked and pre-planned for, it would be those two, because those are almost foreseeable expense increases.
But I don't understand what you're saying is the discrepancy in the increases.
Well, the discrepancy is 29 and 31%
Uh-huh.
in those two areas, but in that whole laundry list, it's no increase.
But all of that is factored in from day one of
Well-
the totality of, thank you. The totality of expenses.
No, actually, yes, that's it.
So if you could point to this and let me know where
So-
the concern is.
For example, looking at utilities, marginal increase. I mean, I wish my PG&E bill only went up that percentage. Repairs and maintenance, no increases, even though you're adding extra services. Custodial services, even with adding extra driver. Safety and security, scroll back, go back up.
I think
The one that really hits is the minimal safety and security. Employee compensation, sky. Looks appropriate.
yeah,
That's what I don't understand.
yeah. So you see the jump in employee compensation in year 3, and that's when delivery drivers are hired. So that's where you see the jump from one.
That's what I'm saying. That makes sense to me.
But what I'm saying is all of those other expenses are incurred regardless of delivery or no delivery. So they don't make any impact on the budget or the pro forma.
Okay. And then I want to go back to Jim as soon as he gets done texting for his pizza. I understand that there will be no night guard on the premises, correct?
So the overnight guard is satisfied by the analytical cameras and the patrol services. So we have a BSIS guard
Okay.
that views the cameras. They're just not physically present
Okay.
because their physical presence, if there was an after hours robbery, would turn that from a property crime into a different level of service. And when the mayor asked me what the expectation of the police department was, it is not to save the day. For us, we're insured. If somebody's going to vandalize or,
No, that's, yeah.
so I want to make that distinction. This is in the spirit of appreciating this community in the sense of the resources that are available.
So going back then to Jim, does that create any more strain or change anything in terms of your night officers being on duty? Should they be more trained in case of any incidents, things, kind of practical things like that?
Are you asking if our officers should be more trained? Police officers?
Will they need more training, obviously to cover the Embark site, or to keep that in kind of in their jurisdiction? And since, like you said, that there won't be a retail crime that would probably most likely be a violent crime, will that require any extra training on our staff?
So I didn't say it would most likely be a violent crime. I'm saying that's within the realm of possibility that we have to understand. Let's say hypothetically, we have a burglary alarm at midnight and our officers go out there, lickety split, they go fast. Just like you would at a business downtown, as you would some other business, we're going to get there as quickly as we can to address it. If there's an assumption that we're going to slow roll it because there's analytics there, we can't do that because there might be someone on scene. So we're going to get there as quickly as we can. There's a possibility, and that's evidenced by the videos that I attached to my report. Sometimes there's an engagement with law enforcement or security when they're arriving at burglaries. Those things happen. Doesn't happen every day, but it happens. And that, for me, brings me back to the necessity in my mind for us to have 2 officers on duty.
And what I'm asking then, along with that, and thank you, is that will there be recommended more training because of the likelihood of a higher tier crime?
We try to do as much training as possible. So I don't know necessarily that it would be additional training. I try to get them as much training as we can. Officer Stevens just came back from training last week. Whatever we can afford, we do. So we would do whatever we could. Would it need extra special training? Probably not, but I'd be open to it.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm done.
Okay. I'm gonna just super quickly use my time at this point, rather than another question, because you guys have asked a lot of mine. Thank you. One of the ways I've gone about this the last 7 months, I think we determined, was listening to many people in this room and many, many, many other people in our community. And then I also I reached out to people in communities that have legal retail cannabis, and I asked public officials and law enforcement and educators what their experiences were. So I was going to quickly recap the people I talked to because it pertains to a lot of these questions that we're asking. And I'm finding that page. I apologize. Here I am. I talked to Casey Reynolds, the mayor of Chico. She focused I tried to focus the conversation on Butte County's stance, because at the time that I talked to her, it was right when we were starting to get a lot of feedback from the county. And she said that Butte County had no input on their process. Even though Chico is the only city in Butte County that has legal cannabis, in terms of local impact, she noted there had been 0 incidents reported at dispensaries. No spikes have occurred in hospitalizations or behavioral health service demands. While Chico has a significant student population, she didn't view them as the primary consumers. The high cost of the products means that the majority of customers are older adult users. She wished that some of the college students who are of age had used the dispensary because it's safer and tested product. She shared that the city partners with HDL to audit Embark annually, and their compliance track record has been stellar. She said, although 2 other dispensary operations exist in town without causing any problems, she expressed a strong preference for the collaborative working relationship they share with Embark. And the biggest reason she gave for that was the Community Advisory Board. She said that the other dispensaries in Chico also do charitable giving, but it's not directed by the community, and she thought that was a big difference. I wanted to bring this up now because of what the conversation we're having with Chief O'Connell. I spoke to Sheriff Portenga in Calaveras County. They don't have an Embark in Calaveras County, but that's our neighbor. Our conversation focused on crime-related impacts. The Calaveras Building Department actually oversees their dispensary operations. Calaveras allows retail locations and commercial cultivation sites. Overall, the commercial grows have generated more significant impacts on crime, particularly theft, than the dispensaries. They did not require any additional deputies after legalization or adding retail cannabis. There was some more work, they said initially, when the department reviewed and implemented security plans, which is the process that our chief has been going through with Embark. They've had occasional theft-related calls for service, including one dispensary break-in a couple years ago, where culprits were easily apprehended. I believe that was on one of Tom's reports. Problems like loitering or odor control have not occurred. Although the legal market is difficult to quantify, he believes most individuals prefer to operate within the law and purchase legally when given the option. He has not experienced instances of youth obtaining cannabis directly from dispensaries. And he said the same thing that Mr. Critchfield and several other people have said, that youth mainly get cannabis from friends or family or someone else. When he does observe an overall increase in marijuana presence, but he said that the primary challenge in Calaveras County for his department is dealing with operators and business owners who had worked decades or generations outside the law. And now that they're working within the law, the communication and trust between law enforcement and these businesses was strained. That wouldn't be the case with Embark. He also said that one of the challenges they have is that there's a lack of a clear understanding of legal guidelines around public consumption since legalization. So it's legal for people to purchase, but they don't necessarily understand if that means they could then go outside and use. I spoke to the planner in Woodland. I'm sorry, I'll talk faster because we're all getting tired. I actually called the city manager's office in Woodland to ask my questions, and they sent me to the planner. And I wish I had thought about that, Aaron, because the planner is really a hub in the city that the police department talks to, the fire department talks to, the city manager talks to, everyone speaks with. They have four operations up and running. They've had no issues. It's been about 16 months. Their entitlement structure is pretty similar to ours, although they approved 4 operators, but they did use a COP alongside a document like a development agreement. I also talked to her right around the time that we were getting some letters from the county and some other people. And I mentioned to her the suggestion of this being, a CEQA situation, and she thought that was pretty bonkers. It is not. They did not have to go through any CEQA process for any of their 4 dispensaries there. I talked to Brooke Lane, El Dorado County Supervisor. She's in the district that includes Myers. She's probably the most enthusiastic of the people I spoke to. She said her experience has been nothing but good. Embark is the best of the best. There have been no complaints. She said that they did ask for an extension on one requirement that would have meant installing landscaping in Tahoe in October, and as soon as spring came, they got it done. She wasn't aware of any impacts on social services, behavioral health, or other county services, but then I pressed her on that. So she actually went back to those departments in her county and checked with them, and then got back to me and confirmed that there wasn't any impact to those services. So that'll be my turn. Susan? It's questions and comments. That was like comment.
We'll still have a time for, we'll still go around one more time for.
I have no
comments.
further questions.
Okay, no more questions for Susan. Dan, are you good?
For questions?
Yeah.
I'm okay.
Julia?
I have no questions. I just have like closing remarks.
Yeah.
So at this point, let's do kind of a 5-minute summation of where we're at. Susan, we're gonna start on your side. Yeah.
Well, thank you all for still being here and caring this much. And I was going to start with the money, to be honest, because I guess I still am starting with the money. We are facing a budget shortfall. There will be a budget shortfall. I'm sorry. It is late. And we can't really afford our police force long term. We can't really afford our city employees long term. And we've looked for other revenue sources and they haven't come. The reason that we are dealing with Embark is because they came to us, and that's why the timeline is as such. But where I had decided to start and then I didn't is that I'm a citizen of Sutter Creek. My name is Susan Feist. I'm a mother of 5 children. And I'm here to speak right now with regard to my children and mental health. I'm also I also sell a controlled substance. I sell alcohol. And I guess I'll start with that because I don't think it's apples and grenades, alcohol versus marijuana. I think alcohol is just as dangerous, if not more dangerous. I think that our 2 main businesses on Main Street sell alcohol. I think that the concentration, I spoke with Josh about this today. Yes, these are not, I am not a fan of gummies. I'm not a fan of tinctures. I'm not a fan of sodas or t-shirts or whatever, but I do believe in the power of marijuana. It is a powerful medicine. We have an aging demographic, and I don't think that it is inherently evil. It at the end of the day, it's a plant. But back to the dosages. It is dangerous. We don't want it to fall in the hands of kids. There was someone at my tasting room downtown here that left a plate of cookies that they had made themselves from their own homegrown marijuana. I had a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old at that point. Would I rather have them have access to that or a jar of something they can't get into? But again, back to the drug. So you have a beer, you have a bottle of wine, you have a bottle of vodka. So you can have this much vodka or this much wine or this much beer. So to me, what I learned today is that's the dosage. There's a dosage. If you take too much, it's dangerous. But so is alcohol. And there's no one here, myself included. The experiment that was probation failed. So that's my take on the drug. And I agree with everyone in the room that there are risks. But I don't think that it's more dangerous than alcohol. And I do think that we need the money. But back to being a mom. So I have 5 kids, and 3 of them graduated from Amador High School. One of them was the valedictorian, my oldest. My son also went there. He knows Josh from Amador High School. He also went to UC Berkeley with Josh. Josh was the president of, I don't know the right term, but the governing body of the entire UC system. That's an amazing role to have had. And then my middle daughter, Ella, she graduated from Amador High too. And she was the class president of the senior class. So my kids, they don't live here right now. I hope that they will come back. But they're out doing their thing in the world. But they all say to me, Mom, there are drugs at the school. And they were in the class of, I think 2016, 2018, and 2021. And there was marijuana there then, and it was not legal to be there. And there's still marijuana. My 14-year-old just started at Amador High, and she got offered marijuana yesterday. So I don't think that It's already there. And I also know that we have a shortfall in our education system. All three of my kids went off to a four-year college and went to school with kids that were way better educated from high school. I think that our administrators and our teachers do a great job with as little as they have, and an exemplary job in many circumstances. But I think they need more help. And if we can bring in money to help fund that, I think it's really important. My ninth grader doesn't have a math teacher right now. She's not being taught math. So if we can bring in someone to teach drug and alcohol education, I mean, alcohol kills people. It destroys families. Marijuana can be very detrimental. So if we can have this level of support from an added revenue fund, I find it very important. And with regard to the mental health crisis, we're in a mental health crisis in this country. It cannot be blamed on alcohol. It cannot be blamed on cannabis. It's a crisis, and we all need to be involved in it. One thing, if we do decide to approve it, I think that we should 100% do with the advisory committee that's volunteered. I think that we should address mental illness in this community. We have very high suicide rate in Amador County. It's not acceptable. We really need to be thinking about it every single day. So that's my take on that. I think that we need resources. I don't think it's just as simple as don't do drugs or don't make it illegal. I mean, prohibition didn't work. It didn't keep people from drinking. In fact, it added to the lure as far as the movies show. I wanted to address one thing specifically with regard to our role and the city's role in this, and it is exemplified by Ms. Swift Burgess's letter to us. It says, for those equating this to the sale of alcohol, yes, we allow sale of alcohol, but the financial relationship being considered between the city and Embark is much different than what exists between the city and a liquor store or a wine tasting room. That's not true. We're not getting a cut. This isn't time for public comment.
You brought me in.
It's not a debate.
Standing here for a question.
There's no more public comment. Derek, can you explain?
Yeah, this is not a time, so public comment is over. And we are engaged in deliberations. So they may mention something you don't like. That's just life. That is how these things work. It is time to deliberate. If you cannot behave yourself, go outside. Please continue, Madam Mayor. This time is over. This time is over. It is time to deliberate.
Go ahead.
Thank you. If you are specifically called up to the microphone and asked a specific question, you can come up. Until then, you need to please respect that it is time for deliberations. And if you can't handle that, you can go outside.
So the way this meeting works is that there's public comment at the beginning and then the council speaks. So if everyone can please give us the respect that we gave you and not talk in the background, I would very much appreciate that. Claire's said that repeatedly. Derek just said that as well. It's very late at night. We've been thinking about this for a very long time, and if everyone can please respect us. And this is how the meetings work. So back to that with regard to the cut. So because there's been some weird accusations with regard to our involvement, and we're all just trying to do the best that we can. So it's not a cut. What it is it's a tax. And the tax, we get a tax from every glass of wine sold, every beer sold, every shot of tequila that's drank in downtown. So I just want to make that clear. And we also get, you know, we're largely funded by TOT and sales tax in downtown Sutter Creek. And then I wanted to say again what's been reiterated before. This is an allowable use in a zone. This is a conditional use permit. And if Embark were to not satisfy any of the things that we've agreed upon, it could be revoked. I think too, I wanted to speak again to that. I think that marijuana is an important medicine. It's a very good alternative to opioids, which there is, it's my understanding is far more addictive and destructive than cannabis. It's also a very good thing for cancer. There's a woman in the community who's just went through a 3-year cancer battle, and she was very clear to me that that was what got her through it, that a doctor actually knocked on the door one night with the marijuana, which she had never done in her life as a 50-year-old woman, and it got her through the treatment. And I think that's it. But again, I think that we need the money. I think that this is a very legitimate company. Cannabis is legal in the state of California. And I think that the mental health crisis is way more complicated than just one drug. I do want to reiterate what Claire had said with regard to the flock cameras or whatever sort of law enforcement camera, that I do not want anything in this were it to be approved to approve any sort of camera purchases.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay. I have some notes here. We've all spent a long time working through this. I think we need to remember the question that we're asking, and that's about allowing retail cannabis sales. The California voters already legalized the adult use of cannabis with Prop 64. And at that time, East Sutter Creek City Council and a Board of Supervisors voted to continue the prohibition on retail sales. That was not done by the voters. All that was done by the voters was Prop 64. Since then, the legal regulated market has changed a lot and it's grown. Right now, all but 7 counties in California have at least one city that has retail sales. We get a map frequently. We've got it in our emails over the last 8 months with this, it's a map of California with green and red counties, and the red ones are the no's and the green ones are the yes. But that map's actually from the DCC website, and it's embedded. And you click the red counties and down pops the list of the cities where you can purchase marijuana. So Amador County is now one of 7. And I know that we distinguish on ourselves on our traditions, but I don't think we need to hold on to being the last anymore, to not evolving. And that's one of the reasons I think we need to consider this. Cannabis is here. Neighboring dispensary told us at a meeting last month that they do millions of dollars annually in sales in just delivery sales to Amador. Cannabis is in our schools, as stated by Mr. Critchfield and the school board. Community members have shared heartbreaking stories of mental illness and addiction, and I'm empathetic and sincerely hope your loved ones get the help they need. Our sheriff and DA referenced cannabis-related crimes in Amador as a current condition, and none of that is due to a local dispensary. I recognize that some of the people in our community are uncomfortable with retail cannabis in Sutter Creek, but I also recognize there are many people in our community who are in favor of this proposal who are unwilling to speak publicly because of the stigma that still surrounds cannabis. And listen to the tone tonight. You know, I can certainly understand that feeling, and that context matters because it distorts the public conversation and it affects the assumptions that I think everyone's making about who will use this business, who will use this product. I don't believe there's any reason to believe that tourists are going to come out of town to purchase cannabis. They could buy it where they live. Tourists coming through town might stop and purchase, and that's what we do best. Tourists is our bag. Most of this is going to be purchased by our friends and neighbors, people, adults making a legal, responsible, personal choice. I approach this like any other city decisions. You know, you weigh the pros and the cons. I read studies, but for every study I read one way, I read a study that said the other. I was taking a statistics class actually during the last 8 months when we went through this, so it was an interesting perspective. I noticed that a lot of the studies are based off of once legalization happens. So when you go from a baseline of nothing to something, yeah, the percentages are crazy. And when something becomes legal and then you ask people about their use, yes, the answers go up exponentially. But I didn't pay a lot of attention to the studies because they canceled each other out. So I talked to people in our community. I talked to many of you. I heard from you. I read every letter. I read every study. And I talked to a lot of people that aren't here tonight. And then I also went out of the county and spoke to educators, law enforcement officers, and I shared those notes with you. Clearly, the main benefits of this project are economic, and there's no shame in that. One of our core responsibilities is to provide the services that the city requires without raising the cost of living for all of you. Those services require revenue. Sutter Creek faces real limits to economic development. Council and staff has prioritized for, I think, the last 2 years, economic development. And frankly, we've come up pretty much with donuts. We geographically are limited, we're geographically limited, and then also limited by our desires, what we want in our community. And there's constraints on what we can realistically attract. So when an opportunity comes our way that brings significant private investment to an existing commercial property, creates economic activity, provides a product residents want, adds jobs, generates city revenue, I think we have an obligation to consider it. This project is going to bring more than a dozen living wage jobs with benefits and a commitment to local hiring. I don't know that that has happened in town at once in my entire lifetime. Sutter Hill as a retail location is underdeveloped, and an attractive, thriving business will likely have a positive effect there. The Community Benefit Fund will bring tens of thousands of dollars annually to fund community organizations and projects, and I know firsthand the impact that will have. When you put money and resources into the people who live here and love this place, amazing things happen. Some people have brought up a concern that the dispensary will smudge or besmirch the jewel of the mother lode, or change how people perceive Sutter Creek. And I have a very hard time understanding that. Our downtown is over a third alcohol businesses. That is the sale of a controlled, regulated substance. That's what this is. There's a big difference between our bars and restaurants and tasting rooms and this dispensary. That is very true. The big difference is those are on-premise sales where people are consuming the product while they're here in town, and at least one of them is going to get in a car and leave. I think the real impetus behind the concern of smudging the jewel of the mother lode is the misconception about the consumer. And that makes me really sad. There's a strong those people feeling in our community. And, you know, Logan brought up a divisive issue. That's the divisive part in this to me. I think the people who are going to use this are our neighbors and friends making a legal choice about their personal consumption. And cannabis use carries risks, particularly for young people and with misuse and overconsumption, as does alcohol, tobacco, gas station drugs, CBD, and other products that we sell in Sutter Creek. The question is whether those risks are better managed through a regulated system with age verification, product testing, security reporting, and the accountability required in this development agreement, all the things we've been talking about tonight, rather than by the status quo. Local youth have access to marijuana, and not having a dispensary has not prevented it. The proposal includes a robust drug and alcohol program with proven success, and that's part of what we looked at, what I looked at when I talked to people in other areas, and that's more than we have now. We need to be confident that the business can operate securely and the location will not create unreasonable demands on our police or other public services. So my conversations I shared with you from city officials, law enforcement, public service officers in cities with Embark stores have indicated that the perceived public safety risks, the things that we're scared of right now, didn't materialize, and there has not been a significant impact on services. There's regulations and performance guarantees in this proposal that require age verification, robust security, community reporting. And to me, that's one of the most important parts. The community reporting is going to be able to ensures timely feedback on the performance and what's happening once this store begins to operate, should we do this. And then we can address any issues that may arise. And at that time, you know, if we need something, we will have the funds and the experience and the track record to determine what that is. So at this point, after weighing all of these factors for all of these months, I believe the potential benefits outweigh the risks. Julia?
So I'm going to read my prepared statement. I probably won't go as ad lib as two better speakers have done. But I do want to respond to the alcohol and marijuana comparison rivalry. One is the objective of wine tasting is not to affect a mental or emotional state of mind. Two, wine taste merchandise or marketing doesn't encourage or describe altered states. For example, show me a t-shirt that says drunk to the bone. Abuse of any kind is wrong, whether it's alcohol, marijuana, or orange juice. The objective is to limit what is being abused. The use of alcohol is generally not seen as a gateway substance, such as marijuana is with more hardcore narcotics. And I don't know about you, but I have not heard of one fentanyl addict saying that they started with Barbera. Given the potential abuse issues with alcohol, why compound our community with another abusive element? We are already overstacked with cases. I was at the Board of Supervisors meeting and heard the experts say that we are overwhelmed as it is. And why do we want to do that? By adding another element. My personal statement is three-pronged. One is, the first is to emphasize our purpose as a collective council and the responsibilities we have as individual members. The second is to express my concerns with the dispensary itself. Three is to emphasize, and I truly believe this, is not a financial decision. This is a values-based decision by the council. My first thought is that each of us as council members have sworn in our oath to adhere to and support the community health and welfare of our citizens. It is the number one priority when it comes to decision-making and should be above any personal or special interest. By allowing a broad-scale business such as Embark to market, sell, and encourage the use of products in our city that have repeatedly shown to produce unhealthy and detrimental effects on individuals and families is not bold, underlined, italicized, is not in agreement with the oath we each took. Please
Okay, once
Please.
again, I'm going to remind you all, this is
The
not a rally
mission-
and there's no need for response.
The Embark mission
It's not
contradicts what we were individually sworn to uphold. We can't have it both ways. To uphold what we individually agreed to in prioritizing the health and welfare of our families, and at the same time, approve a business whose very mission puts the health and welfare of our community at risk. As a collective body, we should be unanimous in upholding our oath and demonstrate that the health and welfare of our families is the #1 priority. We must also consider how this decision before us will reflect on our positive working relationships with those entities who have come out and expressed their disapproval of the dispensary itself. The Board of Supervisors, including our own supervisor, Logan Carnell. The Amador County Board of Education, including Superintendent Jared Critchfield. Both local and county-wide law enforcement leaders, former and present. The District Attorney's Office, the Transportation Commission, county health services, including public and mental health offices, early childhood leaders, including Nina Machado. Who are we really serving when we rebuke the collective, their unanimous opinion from the leaders, these leaders and experts whom we rely on for their expertise, service, and cooperation? I believe, and this is personal feeling, that ignoring the cumulative opposition from those organizations hits at an arrogance and negligence on behalf of the council. I have an overall concern with approving a business operation and the process that was followed in this presentation. Overall, this dispensary does not only fail to meet the purpose of improving the health and welfare of our community, but it fails, more importantly, to meet the requirements for a conditional use permit as described in our packet on page 13 and 14. I quote, "In order to be approved, the proposed uses of the property are desirable to the public convenience or welfare. It has been repeatedly shown that THC products negatively impact the health and welfare of many population sectors, especially those under 25 years of age. So if the welfare standard is not met for the public, are we just dealing with the convenience element?" That's a very weak argument to approve this. I calculated the number of public responses for and against the dispensary that have been submitted or publicly stated at council meetings and at the Planning Commission meeting and the Board of Supervisors. Roughly 75% of the public statements, either written or verbal, were in opposition to the dispensary. That's before this evening. I'm sure there are many other opinions, as Claire referred to, that we've all received walking in our neighborhoods, in the grocery store. But those are opinions that council members have received privately, but is based on but the percentage that I calculated is actually public comments that we are all privileged. And I believe having the same amount of information as a body is key to a Brown Act. So I'm not sure how many of the side opinions really count. They count, but when we're talking about percentage of our community, 80% also does not include multiple messages from the same individual. The dispensary is not desirable based on those public and your public responses. Not desirable. The proposed uses, going back to the CUP, the proposed uses would not be detrimental. This is if it is approved. It is on the basis that it is not detrimental to public health, safety, or general welfare. Since the dispensary is neither supported by public comment, testimony from local experts and stakeholders, and it does not meet the requirement of contributing to the general welfare and safety of our community, how can the conditional use permit even fly? Many individuals from local and community stakeholders have presented data, research finding, and conclusions based on the highest tier of research standards that contradict the general benefit of current THC product use. We should be adhering to these conclusions that are from sources who have nothing to gain, but to hope that they help us understand the dangerous effects of THC products, as opposed to the sources who look for financial gain and benefit. The mission and objective of Embark, as repeatedly stated by Josh Lewis and Lauren Carpenter, is to legitimize the use of marijuana within communities without any deference to at-risk groups or different age groups. My firsthand experience, 45 years working with high school students as a teacher, coach, and administrator, has given me a context to show how dangerous that mission really is. I have dealt face-to-face with multiple students over the years who shared personally their struggles in their addiction to marijuana, all being under the age of 18, where their support source and supply line was an older sibling, a friend, a dealer, someone also who could access the marijuana legally. Let me continue. Adding insult to injury by compounding more abuse cases with alcohol and any other product is a complete disservice of this council. One of the most discouraging remarks I heard was by one of our own planning commissioners at their last meeting when discussing THC accessibility and high school students their remark was, quote, "The kids are going to find a way to buy it anyway, so it might as well be from us." Pure admission, let me interpret that. That is pure admission that they are aware that it is illegal, but we can make money off of them anyway. That's pretty tough to swallow after personally seeing teens struggle with addiction. This is not a financial decision. It's a values decision. And I agree with the former speaker, I can't remember now. Just because you think you can do something doesn't mean you should. And I ask our council to double think. I also ask, in anticipation that this dispensary is approved, I request that the voting record not refer to the council approved, but I request that the actual vote be described to show the accurate result.
Dan.
So for me, it boils down to the three things that I'm most concerned with. Will the opening of the dispensary increase utilization by the youth? Because that would absolutely not be okay. Will the opening of the dispensary actually increase crime rates and emergency response rates? Because that wouldn't be okay either. And finally, will Embark really care about this community and do what they say they're going to do in terms of providing additional resources? Because if not, why bother going through this process? So I started with reading a lot of the studies that a lot of folks shared. And I, like a lot of others, found the studies in many cases to be contradictory. One would say yes, one would say no in terms of utilization increasing. I studied statistics. I know that the same data can be used to support both sides of an argument. There were a couple of studies where there were footnotes nested at the bottom of the study indicating that, quote, although a correlation was noted within certain data, it was not found to be causative. Well, it's kind of a big deal. Anyway, it became clear to me that the studies in and of themselves were not going to be sufficient for me to get to the bottom of these very important issues. So what I did is I reached out, I guess Claire was saying the same thing, I reached out to about 7 leaders in location where Embark is doing business throughout the state of California today. I spoke with Jude Wood, I mentioned earlier, Executive Director of Boys and Girls Club in South Tahoe. Casey Reynolds, Mayor of Chico, Alyssa Glickman, the ED of West Alameda, Jim Duran, City Council Member Ventura, Nora Lee Gipner, former council member and current member of the Community Advisory Board in Martinez. And finally, I spoke with Detective Ruben Escobar, head of the Cannabis Enforcement with the Woodland Police Department. In addition, the chief and I made our visit up to South Tahoe and we toured that store. When it came to crime, what I heard honestly from each and every one of them was that it didn't materialize the way they thought it would. They were grateful, but they were surprised. Some attributed this to the robust security systems that Embark employs, and some contributed it to the relationships with the police departments. As we talked about earlier, it seemed like there were more instances earlier on, and then it appears that Embark learned some lessons and beefed up certain security aspects. When it came to a rise in emergency services, not one of the communities with whom I spoke reported an increase to those emergency services. This in spite of the reports that I had read that said, yes, it does. You know, I read those reports. But like I said, then right behind it, there was another one saying differently. When it came to the kids and the use of marijuana in young folks, once again, the folks with whom I spoke could not report an increase in utilization by these kids. Since the dispensary came to town, in many cases, just the opposite. It was their opinion, and I mentioned this when I asked you guys a question earlier, it was their opinion that this education program was having a real impact, and I think that's important. I think it's terrific. I think our kids deserve that. Let me be clear. My heart breaks when I hear the very emotional and difficult circumstances that many of you have shared with us over the past several months. I myself had a nephew who was murdered as a result of his relationship with drugs. I have a great nephew who just completed his 4th rehabilitation, and I'm ever hopeful. I understand the challenges and the heartbreak of drug use and addiction. But the bottom line is I'm not convinced that bringing a dispensary to town is what that's all about. This has been a long and difficult road we've traveled here, and I appreciate that there are those who do not agree with the business proposal, but I want to be clear that when I took the position and the seat and your trust to sit here, I made the decision that whatever came up, I would do my independent research, I would use my own analytical skills and abilities, and I would come to my own decision. In addition, I committed to myself and in public that I wouldn't allow any concern with what others might think about my final decision to muddy or change my opinion. So in that spirit, I want to state that I'm satisfied that all these requisite findings have been met for the project, including the CEQA exemption presented by staff and our legal representatives. I'm not swayed or convinced by the arguments presented on appeal. And the request for a continuance by a competitor doing business in Calaveras seems baseless and frankly self-serving to me. Likewise, allegations by an attorney for yet another competing dispensary known as Velvet, which has been refuted by our legal team, also seems to me somewhat self-serving and baseless. So in conclusion, I'm in favor of moving the project forward. So Derek, I'm not sure what to do at this point, or counsel, but That's where I stand in this moment.
Well, we have presented a format for you. We need you, the council, to take separate votes on a variety of matters, and maybe our city manager will tee that up for you. And then I can describe the first step.
Before we move ahead with that, can we make sure that the part Claire was speaking about with the cameras is not?
Yes, so that we will address that when we get to the development agreement approval.
Okay, thank you. And then one last thing, I also would like to, maybe this is a motion too, but I would like to attach to whatever we approve that, or not, given the vote has not been made, that we attach to it that there would be a K through 12 drug education and mental health education that was required.
It's already in there.
Is it? Okay,
It's in
okay, sorry, I missed that. Thank you.
Okay, so the first item tonight, and this is the foundational item, I mentioned this at the very beginning, is the CEQA determination. You could be very much in favor of this project, but if you are not satisfied, we have properly documented the reliance on either or both of the exemptions we're claiming, or if you feel an additional level of environmental review is necessary, then you should find that you should find against what we're proposing. Now, as I said, my professional opinion is that both of the exemptions, there is evidence to support that, but that you are the judges tonight, as I mentioned. And so the first question is, do you wish to find that the project is exempt under the exemptions that we have proposed? And so the motion would be either yay or nay.
Yeah.
And that is the foundational item, because again, if you say, yes, we think the exemptions are fine, then we can move forward. But if you don't feel the exemptions are fine, then we need to stop what we're doing essentially and go back and do an initial study and evaluate at a minimum if a negative declaration or a mitigated negative declaration is necessary. And again, staff's position is we think that there is substantial evidence to support in the record the findings that exemptions are appropriate, but you ultimately have to make that call.
Okay, so we're looking for a motion on that.
So based on staff's recommendation, I'm satisfied that the CEQA exemption has been satisfied and that the findings are correct and accurate.
Okay, so the
And so I
motion-
would
the
move to
motion-
approve.
The motion, and again, suggesting a motion only for the sake of giving you something to work with, not because I'm making the motion. The motion would be that you are authorizing staff to, or you are finding that the class 1 exemption and the common sense exemption are appropriate and justify the additional actions that you might take this evening, and you're authorizing staff to issue a notice of exemption to document your decision about CEQA.
So moved.
Does our clerk, does that, okay.
You have that, Alejandra?
So, excuse me, are they making motion A in the packet specifically?
Yeah, yes, sorry. Motion A in the packet.
I move
Sorry, I was
to,
trying to make it larger.
yeah.
We can read it into the record.
Yeah, I find that the approval of proposed ordinances approving a development agreement and amending titles 10 and 18 of the Sutter Creek Municipal Code are categorically exempt under section 15301, class 1, et cetera, et cetera. And I move to approve.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Will you do a roll call vote, please, Alejandra?
Mayor Gunzelman,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cirque,
No?
Councilmember Reardon,
Aye.
and Councilmember Feist.
Aye.
Next, I actually want I apologize. I want to deviate. I want to take up item C before item B. And and actually I want to break up item C into there are two different ordinances. The first ordinance, I will take out of order, and that is the amendment to Title 18, which is our zoning code. That is essentially the main ordinance that makes the findings for why we are amending the ordinance. It creates the requirement for a conditional use permit and a development agreement, and explains the legal foundation for why at this time the city is only approving one cannabis dispensary. So that to me seems to be the next logical step. And so what the motion would be to waive the full reading of the ordinance and introduce it, if that is your pleasure.
Are you referring to item C?
Item C, but,
Item D is 18.
oh, excuse me, item D, I apologize.
So we're doing D first.
Yes.
So I would move to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance amending section 18.60.020, comma, 18.60.030, and 18.60.040 of the Sutter Creek Municipal Code, authorizing a single retail cannabis dispensary as a conditional use, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Alejandra?
Mayor Gunzelman,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cirque,
No,
Councilmember Feist,
Aye.
Councilmember Reardon.
Aye.
Now, the next item would be to amend Title 10. This ordinance is the one that is an amendment to the ordinance we adopted, or your predecessor council adopted 10 years ago. This was the prohibition ordinance. This ordinance just carves out one dispensary at this time, subject to the approval of a development agreement and a conditional use permit. So you would waive the full reading of this ordinance and introduce it if that is your pleasure.
And here we are talking about item C.
Yes, item C. I apologize.
Did item C need to be in two parts?
No, no, I'm sorry. It's late. I
I
apologize.
understand. So I would move to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance amending sections 10.42.050 and 10.42.0.60 of the Sutter Creek Municipal Code to authorize a commercial cannabis land use when approved by a conditional use permit.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Alejandra?
Mayor Gunzelman,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cirque,
no,
Councilmember Feist,
Aye.
Councilmember Reardon.
Aye.
Now, sequentially, we are at the development agreement. And so I just want to make a point. Why are we doing an ordinance to develop, to approve a development agreement? That's because the state law, the governing law, the development agreement statute does require us to adopt by ordinance. Now, this is not an ordinance that would be codified. So if you look at our current ordinances, we have a title of the code, which, Title 18 is our zoning code. I think Title 10 is our public peace and health. Title 9 and Title 10 are public safety, public health. It's late. Title 1 is our general administrative. Title 2 is our organizational title. And then within each title, we have chapters. And then within each chapter, we have sections. So those are our code. Those are our statutes, if you will. This would be an uncodified ordinance, but basically it is a legislative act. So when you approve a development agreement, you are legislating and you are approving the development agreement. So the ordinance itself is pretty standard. It's not really, the ordinance is pretty common language that you'll find. This is where you're actually approving the entry into the development agreement. So I know that two of you and maybe others have some changes that you want to make to the development agreement, one involving the LPR cameras, or I believe that's what Mayor Gunzelman, that's your concern. So your motion, if you wish to strike out or add anything, should do that on this item.
And Derek, letter-wise, which one is this?
We are letter C.
No. B.
No, B, sorry.
B.
It's
B.
getting late.
B is in boy.
This is B. So I concur with Claire and Susan. So I motion to, with this following change, to delete the item from the developing agreement designating $25,000 for cameras, strike that one item, and then I would move to adopt said ordinance to approve the development agreement with Sutter Creek Responsible and Compliant Retail LLC.
I don't have that paragraph in front of me, so I just want to make sure it doesn't, I want to make sure it's not funded or approved.
8.11.
Okay.
It's the one that specifies.
So we strike
We-
all of
we-
811.
Correct.
And just for the record, I did this afternoon take another pass at the development agreement. And so there was put into the record this evening an updated version. This is, I think, a mostly complete version. There are some formatting gremlins on this thing. Those will be taken care of when we execute. But I did try to show the changes in boldface,
bold, yeah.
italics. They're clarifying. They're not substantive.
I'm
So-
aware of them. I read them.
Yes, but I wanted to make sure that you're approving at least the current iteration that will be affiliated with this approval is the version that was put into the record shortly before the meeting this evening.
That is the development agreement to which I'm referring. The most updated one with your bold comments, makings.
And so the motion
Change.
would be to waive the full reading of this ordinance and adopt the ordinance approving the development agreement, subject to the striking of section 8.11. And what I would do just mechanically, just because I don't want to mess up numbering at this stage, is you'll see this sometimes. I'll strike out 811 and I'll just put the word reserved in there. That way we don't have to renumber everything else because that just throws everything off.
Of course.
Understood and so moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Alejandra?
Mayor Ginzelman,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cirque,
No,
Vice Mayor Feist,
Aye.
Councilmember Roden,
Aye.
Now, the final item, and again, you've authorized us to take the CEQA action. Now we need to act on the appeal. So the appellant has challenged the approval of the site plan, the conditional use permit, and the sign permit. It's a little bit wonky. So when the planning commission heard the package that you heard, they only have recommend authority on the ordinances and on the development agreement.
Right.
They can make the decision on the sign permit and the other items, but they have recommend authority. So technically, Ms. Ryan, she appealed these items, which was procedurally correct for her to do if she opposed those. And so now the question is, correct me, there is a resolution that would effectively deny the appeal and approve the site permit and the conditional use permit and the sign permit. And if it is your pleasure to approve all of those, you may approve the resolution. I note that for sake of redundancy, I think the resolution does call out the categorical exemptions as well, even though we've already made those. So
These categorical exemptions are for the site permit, conditional use permit, and the sign permit versus the other ones were for the amendments to the municipal code.
and so the
They are the
action-
same exemptions.
The
though.
action, the correct action would be to move the resolution, correct?
Can I pull this, just the sign permit portion?
Or what? To polish the sign permit? Yeah.
Well, the sign permit is in the resolution though, is it not?
So you can't isolate that part of it?
Perhaps what is the issue you have with the sign permit? Maybe we.
Well, I
work-
can't remember exactly what the contention was. It was larger or,
I don't know that anything in the, And the appeal document
Yeah,
was
so the,
specific to the sign permit?
So the planning commission approved all of these. And again, the recommendation with the sign permit was, it was basically grandfathered in. It's slightly larger than is allowed. But rather than make them tear down the sign, they're just gonna,
No, I won't vote for that. I think that it should be within the allowable limit. I don't see any reason to grandfather it. And I don't want the green cross either.
so can I pull it up for a sec?
Yeah. I mean, why was the bank sign too big?
I'm not sure. I couldn't find the original sign permit for it.
It was approved.
Or was put up.
Fence.
Yeah.
So it's this sign that's already constructed.
Yeah, no,
Right.
I won't vote for that.
So they would have to tear this down and put up a new sign.
Absolutely. Bring it.
And so if she wanted to do that, she would make an amendment to the resolution.
But then do I need a second?
Which condition?
Yeah, I think that's the proper way to do it is make a motion about the sign permit, see if you have a majority of a vote. If that motion fails, you'd go back to the original motion. And
Can you clarify, please, what the difference is in the current specification and what's up there?
so again, what the planning commission's approved was the existing signs.
I understand. I'm talking about the exact size overage that,
It's 38.5 square feet over when you total up this sign
okay.
and this sign out of 116 square feet.
That's a lot of square feet extra for your sign. To me, there's just no reason to do it. I mean, I'd hate to hang the whole thing up on there. I mean, I would think they would probably,
And do you know, Aaron,
but I will.
was this sub sign, was that part of the square? Foot?
Yes.
What is this? This signs for other businesses?
Hold on, I can't see.
Sorry?
Oh, that's what you're, I think those are signs beyond the sign.
Okay.
Those ones below where it says ATM are another sign for
Right.
the other business.
So again, Councilmember Feist wants to make a motion on the sign permit. I guess she would move to have them come back.
Well,
for
let
a
me
sign.
make the motion. How about, I'd like to make a motion that Embark, if they are to come into this community, comply with the current sign ordinance.
I'd second it.
So-
Alejandra? Oh, wait, that's not really,
So
that's a amendment to what's the motion though?
so you're amending, you're adding a requirement to the resolution that would add a condition that would require full compliance with the sign ordinance rather than the use of the 38.5 square foot current non-conforming signs. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And just for clarification, would you want that sign to go back to the planning commission for review?
Yes.
So you would approve this, you would approve the site plan and the site permit and the CUP, and then you would approve the sign permit except to the extent that it allows the non-conforming signs, and we would essentially direct Embark to take a request for a new sign back to the planning commission if you approve this action. Is that what you're directing, Councilmember Feist?
It sounds like they're not approving the sign.
Okay, the sign permit, you're carving that out.
They're directing them to reduce the size of the sign and bring it back to the planning commission for consideration.
But it could go either way. They could approve this subject to that happening.
No, but I won't, no, the motion from the council is that the Embark has to comply with the sign ordinance. It can't go to the planning commission.
Right.
The planning commission is who hears.
Oh, the new sign, yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure that
Right.
what we're
So
voting on.
Can I clarify that this is a separate motion apart from the CUP and the site plan? Is this a
It's
separate
all,
motion?
it's all together, but
Okay.
I'm just pulling that they can't have their sign grandfathered in. They can buy a new sign.
So I could make a motion approving this with that.
So you'll approve the resolution.
I'll approve the resolution with the recommended requirement requiring Embark to come into today's compliance with the sign size. And I could read more of what I'm motioning about. I could try it like this. I could say, and I think we need to address Teresa Ryan's appeal. So to that end, after considering the appeal filed by Teresa Ryan of the Planning Commission's approval of the site plan permit, conditional use permit, and sign permit, I move that we find that we approve the site plan, conditional use permit, and sign permit once it meets today's requirements for the total square footage, which is 30-something feet less than what's up there now.
So I think that's a good motion. I think from a staff standpoint, we're looking at condition 21, which says any new signage added must be reviewed and approved by the planning commission. Perhaps we can work into that condition that and non-conforming signage is not authorized. So that basically that would direct Embark to go to the planning commission for any signage.
That's fine.
Does that, Aaron, is that? So Councilmember Reardon, with your motion, I think we would interpret that you're directing an amendment to condition 21 to preclude the use of non-conforming signing and to require any signage to conform to the city sign ordinance and obtain planning commission approval. And that would be added into condition 21.
That is correct, and so moved.
What about, hang on a second, what about the CEQA exemption? Do they need to find?
It's in the resolution.
Okay.
So you're, by approving this resolution, there's language in here, you are adopting CEQA resolution for these actions.
That's my understanding.
There's a motion.
Second.
Clerk has the motion. Okay, there's a motion and a second.
Okay, Mayor Gunzelman?
Aye.
Okay, Vice Mayor Cirque?
No.
Councilmember Feist?
Aye.
Councilmember Reardon?
Aye.
And now I have, that completes the actions for tonight, but I do have a programming note, which is the ordinances have been introduced. And it's, I mean, literally coming up on midnight and you're like, he's really going to get into some wonky legal discussion right now.
That is exactly what I'm thinking.
Technically, my read of the law is that when you do a zoning ordinance, you have only one reading before the council because you have a planning commission recommendation and you have a council approval. Now, that's for the zoning ordinance, which is to Title 18. We've also amended Title 10, which is a non-zoning ordinance. So that goes through the regular two-step process, but many city attorneys like me and county councils, because they have the same situation, they interpret the zoning ordinances to still require two approvals by their legislative body. So all of which is to say that the two ordinances will come back to this council for a final reading. Now, our practice has always been to do this on a consent calendar, which means it just gets automatically approved unless it's taken off. But I do want to mention that to council and for the few people remaining that there technically will be another council meeting in which these two ordinances are approved. And then the ordinances, if they are approved, they have a 30-day waiting period. So I'm just, again, driving you all crazy because it's midnight almost.
Okay.
But and we are not meeting on the 8th. The 8th is the day after Labor Day. So my understanding is that these two ordinances will come back for their second readings on September 21st.
Derek, if they come, a benefit of them coming back on consent would be Councilmember Swift will have to recuse himself from that thing. And we have a lot more business to address at that meeting. So if it was on consent, he could go in the kitchen for a minute and then join the rest of the meeting. Is that right?
Yes. But again, people can take it off consent and they can comment.
Sure. Yes.
So.
I think that would just be a benefit of having it
Yeah,
right
and then
there.
the
And then,
council will have to vote.
it'll be what it is. Yeah.
Thanks for the clarification.
So you're done with us for that part. Okay, item 8 is closed. Administrative agenda.
I have
Ma-
something else.
No, you don't. Mayor and council member reports.
Nothing to report.
I just have one thing I want to add to a future agenda, and that is addressing flooding in Sutter Creek.
City attorney's report. We all got information and correspondence. There's no closed session. We are adjourned.